that any better? Hey, look at that. It's so funny. It's when you select the correct device, it works a lot better. I don't know, every now and then my devices all decide to play musical chairs, and every app's like, I've never heard of that microphone before. But anyway, here we are. Hello, welcome. It's another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Very not Slant Alpha tonight, very Slant Lima. In fact, the most Slant Lima that we typically get on the channel. But welcome to it. Glad you could join us for it, as we are going live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City. Just a touch later than, a little bit late to getting the title roll started, and then a little bit longer of a title roll. But yeah, just a little bit of last second chaos to handle here in the Slant Alpha household, and sometimes the Slant Alpha household is just like that. However, it's going to be an exciting night. We're going to do some Alaska ops, some Flying Wild Alaska, as we used to like to say. Although we're going to be doing it in a very modern airliner this time, the 737-800 series from PMDG. And we do now have, officially, the Boris Audio Works sound pack for this aircraft. So that will make 2 aircraft that we have out of the 4 that we normally fly that have the Boris Audio Works sounds. Now, the FlySimware Lear 35 installation comes natively with those sounds. However, this the PMDG aircraft comes with its own sound pack. Oh goodness, we got
6588.
Air traffic control in the ear, even though we're not even in the aircraft yet.
Altitude discrepancy, charge discrepancy. Would you be able to tell us?
But at any rate, we've got the PMDG 737-800 series comes with its own sound pack, but we've got the add-on sound pack from Boris Audio Works now installed. So this will be our first time hearing that. We did have it for the 700 series in Flight Sim 2020, but this will be our first time hearing it in Flight Sim 2024. So let's get to it, shall we? Into the aircraft we go. Now I'm going to take a minute to set up camera views. I did finally, after when we had the most recent stream in the FlySimware Lear 35, and I realized that I was still having some issues landing the thing, and some of the issues landing the thing were, quite possibly related to viewpoint issues, the viewpoint being set just a little bit too low in the aircraft to see the runway on short final. So finally on Sunday, I got into the sim, got into the T6 Texan. We're going to be flying for the virtual USA Flying Club virtual air show coming up in June, and realized I needed to get some views set up and working in that. So got went deep into a deep dive on how to maneuver and save camera views, and finally got that sorted out, and so I should be good to go here. I'm gonna just take a minute to reset the camera views the way I like them. Facing forward. Now, should we just go just a little bit forward? Yeah. So that's going to be view number 1. View number 2 is going to be of the FMC entry unit. Yeah, we'll center it on that one. That's fine. Okay, so there's view 1, there's view 2. View 3 will be back here. Let's take it up. Whoops. Up just a little bit. Okay, we'll make that view 0. View 3 will be over here on the first officer side. 2, 0, 1, 3. And then view 4, we're going to make the upper panel here. We have to actually lower the viewpoint in order to get all of it in. Move it back toward the back of the plane.
Anchorage Center. Good
And
evening, Moonraker 6588. We're up at on the ground down at Dead Horse. We're having an altitude discrepancy. Would you be able to tell us what the what the altitude is here on the chart?
It's somewhere around 70, if I remember right.
okay, so that will be now view
because
4.
Because of the negative 31 degrees C, we're having a discrepancy. Would you be able to tell us exactly what's on the chart?
Can you look on the chart? Why aren't you able to look on the chart? Your charts are frozen too? Stu222 is in the chat with us. Strudel is here. Louis320 is with us. Strudel says, I got my pup back. The urn, oh, the paw print looked great. Yeah.
If you're reading anything other than...
I tell you what, I have...
is that 67 feet MSL? Is probably
I have my Ella. We call her Puppy Cat. I have her in here with me as well. I know that's extremely bittersweet, but it is somewhat comforting to know that she's home, right? All right, let's get to the flying, guys. We have some flying to do. We are starting the night in Fairbanks. We're going to head down to Anchorage, and then we're going to head out to Nome, Alaska for our second leg. And as I said in the teaser announcements for the stream, and I had said previously, my goal is to start thinking about working Anchorage Center, or not Anchorage Center, Anchorage Approach on the network. So I figured I'd fly in and out just to get a refresher of the airspace. But then some coming up in March, we've got a night set aside where we're going to try and work this approach sector. So we'll be looking at that in more detail soon. Just moving the time just a little bit so that we can end in daylight. There's not a lot of daylight in this area this time of year, but we can at least have as much as possible. Good Fixins is with us as well. No One EasyJet pilot is with us, checking in. Good evening. Evening where I am, at least. All right, let's fire up this aircraft and get going. All right, so I think I've got the camera views sorted out. 1, 2, 3 is over there, 0 is down there, 4 is up there, and then I don't really care where any of the rest of them are. Yeah, and they're not. None of them are programmed. Okay, that works. Okay, I think we're set, friends. All the levers and switches are in their starting positions. Yes, and let's just hop to it. Morning for you. Okay, well, it's a little earlier than that for me. I'm on the U.S. East Coast, but good to have you here. Keep you company on your late night Twitch surfing. Let's get some ground power and ground AC. So ground services, we got the wheel chocks already set. Let's get the lines connected. We'll go back, get to the doors. Looks like I disarm all that stuff. The real world captain does not concern themselves with all that stuff. That's the cabin crew responsibility. But we'll say we got the entry door taken care of. We'll go ahead and make sure the cargo and equipment hatches are all open. Oh, come on. There we are. Let's go back and set our payload and fuel. Payload, I just hit random a few times until we get a reasonable random number. Oh, I love how it changed it by 1. Yeah, it's 46 is a little low. 115 is a little light still. 128, yeah, is all still. You know, what about something in the 130s, 140s range? Yeah, there we go, 161. So that's a fairly full flight, actually. But we'll go ahead and call that done. Let's go back. We got the follow there from No One Easy. Thank you very kindly. Appreciate it. Hope you stop back and see us. Normal show schedule here. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Now, this Wednesday I am off. Friday I'll be back on. The full show schedule is down underneath the About tab. Also over on our Discord server. Let's get fuel. I have calculated for the 2 legs that we're doing tonight, and we're not going to take on additional fuel. We're just going to fuel up here. And hopefully this should be enough for both, plus alternates, reserves, and contingencies. But 24,100 is what I've calculated. And so that's all set. Then let's get up top and start powering up. Let's get the battery power on. And guarded. Get the emergency exit lights armed and guarded. Get position lights into steady. Oh, steady is down, not up. There we go. Position lights into steady. That's basically your nav lights. Let's get logo and wheel well lights on as well. We got some more stream activity going on up there. We got the resub from Louis. Thank you very kindly, Louis, for your expensive fuel. You got a cargo load expert, a cargo load for the milk run. Yeah, indeed, Iron Man. How are you? Yeah, fuel is pretty cheap in the sim here, Stu. And thanks for the resub, Mr. Louis. By the way, I forgot to tell you, we've also got a channel activity on this channel, especially if you're new to the channel or haven't been here for a while. We've got a channel activity on this channel that we call Slant Artwork Adventure. So while we are doing our 2 flights tonight, we also have an activity where I feed a 1-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it generate an image that is relatively representative of what we're doing that night. And then when you guys see it, you can then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, to put yourself in the queue. And then when I call your name, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. And then I'll put that in the ChatGPT, and we'll see what havoc we can wreak upon it. But here is our Slant Artwork Adventure for tonight. We've got the bear snagging the fish, and we got the Alaska Airlines 737 flying over top of it. So that is where we're starting from, and you guys can let me know if you'd like to get in on that action. And again, we call it our Slant Artwork Adventure. Sounds like we got a hype train in the works, which is awesome. You guys, I really, truly do appreciate all of the support. In addition to the artwork adventure, we've also, we also do a monthly giveaway correlated to our descent rate upon touchdown, and it's the money that comes into the stream comes back to you guys in terms of the giveaways that we do. We've also got our March Madness, our bracket challenge coming up starting in a couple weeks, so we've got plenty of opportunities to give back to you. Matter of fact, we've on the 27th, week from Friday, we've got a giveaway associated with having surpassed 2,000 Twitch, not Twitch, 2,000 YouTube subscribers. So we've got a giveaway coming up on the 27th, and then we'll go right into our March Madness challenge from there. So Louis and everybody that continues to subscribe to the channel, your subscriptions and your gift subs and your cheer bits and your donations are all highly appreciated. Thank you so much. All right, so we got got all that stuff on. Let's go ahead and get our ground power connected. We got the Dr. Monocle with a resubscription. Wow, thank you so kindly. I really do appreciate it, guys. The love is certainly touching to me. So thank you so kindly for that. All right, so we got the ground power on. After all that yammering on, let's go ahead and get the IRS knobs into a line. And yes, I do the 30-second version rather than the 10-minute version. But we'll just go ahead and roll on and get the aircraft set up, and then we'll come back and get those up into nav mode in a little bit. Actually, while we're waiting on that, we can get the ATIS information. Now, I already checked the ATIS. It was Information Golf, but it has since updated to Information Hotel. We are 0203, 020 at 3 knots, 10 statute miles clear, minus 23, a little chilly here. 3056 is the altimeter setting, and landing and departing 2 left and 2 right. So we've got 2 left will be the one that we'll be using. We do have Information Hotel. I'd better check. Yeah, I don't really know much. I don't know as much as I should about low temperature correction. When it gets really, really cold, it does have the tendency to throw off your altimeter reading. I don't know enough about that. I don't do enough flying up here in these months to know about that. I think it's probably more critical for approaches than for departures, but yeah, Alaska flying, you don't have to adjust the time of day for daylight. Yeah, well, I did a little bit, CB, but I know that sometimes you you have a premium of daylight in order to get your flights done if you want them to happen with the sun up. Alright, so we got the IRS knobs over into alignment, get the yaw damper on, and I'll stop yammering on. Jake from Area 251's back with us. Good to see you. So we've got our ATIS. We don't yet... Do I have a clearance? I don't think I got a pre-departure clearance from Stu. He might be waiting to actually talk to me. Let's hop back down here and go ahead and get our clearance. I'll show you what we filed here. It's a fairly straightforward route, actually. It's the Poivo 5 departure to Poivo, and then the Croto 5 arrival. So it's that down to that point Poivo, and then from Poivo we join the Croto 5. So fairly straightforward leg number 1. We got the I'm guessing on what approach we'll get assigned when we get down there. That may change, and that's fine. We'll change it when we get that assignment. But there's all of our charts for now, and let's go ahead and talk to Stu and see if he wants to change our route up at all, or whether what we filed is fine. Got Jake from Area 251 says we got 12 hours of flying in the logbooks this weekend. Wow, cool, man. That's a good weekend. I'm assuming you mean the real world logbooks. I.O. Scotsman has stopped in as well with a resub. Wow, we got a nice hype train, guys. Thank you so kindly. That is awesome. Alright, friends, and don't forget about our slant artwork adventure. This is our starting image. The bear snagging a fish, the Alaska Airlines 737 flying overhead. Cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points if you want to get in the queue to add to or modify that image. Alright, are we ready to talk to controller? We got hotel, okay. Anchorage Center, Alaska 514. We got information. Hotel at Fairbanks, IFR to Anchorage.
Alaska 514, Anchorage Center. Go to the Ted Stevens Airport. By the Povo 5 departure that has filed, maintain 10,000. Departure, this frequency, squawk 2372.
Alright, cleared to Ted Stevens Airport. Povo 5 departure as filed. We'll maintain 10,000. 132.3 and 2372 for Alaska 514.
514 or read back correct.
Okay. So yeah, so nothing surprising there. And the ATIS information does say 3056 visuals approach landing and departing 2 right and 2 left, which for us automatically means 2 left because there's absolutely no chance that we're departing off of this, 75-foot wide, 45-foot 100 2 right runway. So 2 left will be our selection. 11,000 plus feet to choose from. Jake wants to get in on the image, and we're going to add a beaver on floats. Yeah, the plane of the animal. I wonder if I should leave it unspecified and see what ChatGPT does with it. I'm tempted.
Anchorage Center, number 135 Golf Delta, 1,200.
Number 5, Golf
Okay.
Delta.
I put it in just like you said it, and we'll see. We'll see what it does with it. We'll see what it'll add one, and then if someone wants to add the other, that'll be whatever you get. I'll do the other. Says CB. Okay, fair enough. We'll see what comes up, and then we'll go from there. All right. Anyway, let's back to the aircraft we go. So we got our clearance. Our comm radios are already set. We're already talking to our departure controller. So nothing that we need to. Oh wow! I'm surprised. Now the floats look a little funny to me, and it's not quite. I mean, it's close. It's close enough. It's closer than I thought it was going to get.
3030,
not 100% anatomically correct beaver, if you want, if you will. But looks like a 182 on the floats. Look a little funny to me. Anyway, all right. Altimeter was 3050. What now? 3056. Yeah, let's get this show on the road, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna kind of slow down with the chat here for just a minute, just so we can kind of get up and running, and then we'll kind of come back to that activity once we get going. Let's change it over to inches of mercury. 3056. Okay, 3056. Okay, why are we getting an altitude disagree? Oh, because it's far enough from the other one. I actually didn't realize these didn't sync. But it's now for the first time I'm ever seeing far enough off that it was giving us the out disagree warning. Okay, learned something. All right, CB, we'll get that taken care of. Let me get up and running here. So the altimeters are set. The FMC, let's go ahead and jump into and get programs. So we'll come over here. We'll clear the message, position initialize. Let's go to the next page. And yeah, either position is fine because they both say the same. So we'll paste that in there. Let's go to our route where origin is PAFA. We're going to PANC. This will be a quick program, actually. Departures from Fairbanks. It's the Puvio 5 from 2 left. Transition is Puvio. And we'll put that into the route. And then we'll go to the next page. And then it's the Croto 5 arrival. So let's go to departures and arrivals. Yep, Croto 5 from Puvio. And I'm just going to say ILS 7 right for now. Don't really know. I mean, the game will be... Okay, from Elias intersection will be just the point that we'll put in just for now. You know, I always like to say, you know, we put in our best guess and we brief that best guess, and then if we get something different upon contact with approach, then we'll adjust as necessary when we get there. But array, activate and execute. Let's go to performance initialize. Cost index we'll put in 74 because why not? Reserves, as I've calculated for our alternate reserve and contingencies, 5.2. Zero fuel weight, we'll double click and it'll populate in on its own. 280 is the optimal and is also what we filed, so we'll put that in and then we'll execute that. N1 limits, if I was a real world captain, I would be concerned with using a lower thrust rating for takeoff and or climb to save fuel, to save wear and tear, if we could do so without compromising safety based on the lower performance, but I'm not going to worry about either of those things. We'll just leave them as fully rated takeoff and climb. Flaps 5, our V speeds are as follows. 144 is our abort speed. If we have any safety critical items occur prior to reaching it, we will abort to takeoff. If we exceed 144, we're going to go 1 knot more, and then we're going to rotate and take off. If we have 1 functioning engine at that time, we will pitch to maintain 154. If we have 2 functioning engines at that time, we will pitch to maintain V2 plus 20, which is 174. I'm going to come up here. We'll get these values into the center of gravity. We'll auto-calculate, and then 5.13 is the starting trim. So we're going to bug 174, which is the V2 plus 20. The initial heading, I believe this is this a pilot nav? Yeah, this is a pilot nav, so 1800 and then to Jippin. I'm going to just bug the
Anchorage
023
Center,
just
carrier wave only, no voice.
to have it set just in case of any issues.
I apologize. Climbing through 8,400 for flight
We'll
level
have it bugged and we
220
can
direct
then
climb.
return to the airport if we need to. 10,000 is actually
Anchorage
correct
1, Anchorage,
for our
maintain flight level 220.
220, trans 21.
for our initial altitude, and we will start in VNAV and LNAV modes. And we can see that the 1800 and then make the turn, so that is correct. So it is okay to start in LNAV. The plane should follow that without needing additional intervention. But of course, we'll always monitor to make sure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing based on the procedure. We can get traffic and data. I like having those. Auto brake set to RTO, and then the transponder down here is what was our code? 2372. It looks like. Okay, back we go to the menu, flight sim actions, stores. Let's get that closed, and equipment hatch is all closed. Yeah, I don't worry about the arming and disarming. Like I said, it's not my problem as a captain. Let's jump up top. Let's get the seatbelt signs on. Left inner fuel pump can come on. The APU can come on and get started. Parking brake should be set already, but let's verify that it is. And it is. Up top, we'll get the window heat on. Pressurization will be set 28,000 as our cruise altitude. Landing altitude at Anchorage is approximately 150. APU buses can come on as soon as the APU spools back down, or the temperature spool back down. I know I'm missing a few things in the chat, guys. I'm so sorry. I've got so distracted with everything else. I want to just go ahead and get up and running before this turns into another 5.5 hour stream. Now we got the APU buses on, APU bleed and ISO valve open. So now we're providing our own. Oh, and we can turn packs on. So now we're providing our own electricity. We're providing our own air conditioning. Let's get down to the bottom. And let's disconnect the ground services, take off the wheel chocks. We'll do a real quick passenger briefing. Departure weather, what are we saying? Cold day, nice high pressure, 10 statute miles and clear. Very light winds.
And we're 5 Golf Delta, the Kenai...
Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Alaska Flight 514 service to Anchorage, Alaska. We're going to be pushing back from the gate here just any minute and hoping to be wheels up quarter till the hour. It might be just a few minutes late, maybe 10 till the hour, but we'll be up and running as soon as possible, and the flight time once we're airborne will be 46 minutes down to Anchorage and cruising at 28,000 feet for you today. Weather, it's a very, very chilly day in Fairbanks, as is typical this time of year. Very light winds, clear skies though, a high pressure of pretty stable air. We aren't anticipating any major bumps or any kind of turbulence coming up to cruise, and hopefully we'll find some nice smooth air up at 28,000 to get you down to Alaska to Anchorage in. Sit back, relax, get those seatbelts fastened for us, and we'll be underway shortly. Thanks again for flying with us on Alaska Airlines Flight 514 service to Fairbanks, service to Anchorage, rather. Okay, obviously we didn't rehearse that one. Up top we go. Let's get the anti-collision light on and the wheel well light off. We're westbound, so we'll leave that set to the left. The rest of the fuel pumps can come on. I believe we do have a little bit of fuel in the center tanks for now, so that will include those. Hydraulic pumps. Let's set up and start our pushback. That's here. We'll have to see if we're pushing onto Alpha. If we're pushing onto Alpha, we'll need to get clearance to do that. If we're able to push
Anchorage Center, Coast Guard
into a...
67. On the ground at Kodiak, got to be request for it.
Go 6767 Anchorage Center.
Alright, we're on the ground at Kodiak, as stated before. Type of aircraft is a
Enter.
Echo Charlie 45 Airbus helicopter. Flight VFR eastbound at 4,500 with flight falling back to Kodiak.
Okay, we'll get our tug. I believe that all this is within the non-movement area. Oh, actually... No, I think we are going to push on to...
6767. What was the aircraft type again?
So we want to push out. We want to push out tail to the left, actually. So let's get back into the aircraft.
Wrong. I knew it was wrong.
Cancel the plans. Stop. Push back.
654.
Pre-plan. We want to come out to the other side. We want to come out and push.
Alright, we'll clock 5654 for Coast Guard 6767.
That way.
Guard 6767. The winds are variable at 5. Departure with ramps at your own risk. You can report airborne.
Alright, we'll call you airborne helicopter, or correction, Coast Guard 6767.
Okay. So there we are. We are pushing back. Let's go up top. Let's go ahead with the right-hand side. We'll get the pack off and ground start on.
Delta 218, Anchorage Center, radar contact.
Okay, we'll wait till about 20% gets in. There we go. That low hum of the engine based on the Boris Audio Works sound pack. All right, friends. Alright, so the number 2 stabilize. Let's get the pack back on, generator on, pack off, ground start on number 1 side. K Abrupt is here. K Abrupt, thank you very kindly for stopping in. Okay, we get 20% in. Go ahead and get our fuel. Okay, parking brake can be reset. Did it? Yes, it did. Okay, good. Alright, we got the artwork adventure.
Number 5 Gulf Delta. You're about 10 miles from the Kenai Airport. Radar services are terminated. Call me midfield right downwind to left.
We'll call you midfield downwind. We'll be looking for the south helipad 125 Gulf Delta.
Fire 5 Gulf Delta, roger. Just report 3 miles from the field then.
43 miles, up to 125 Gulf Delta.
Okay, 2 good starts.
6767.
Up top we go. Let's get that pack back on. Let's get that generator on. So we're now... Oh, and let's get the engine bleeds back on. We get an APU bleed off and ISO valve back off, and APU can shut off. So now we are providing electricity and air conditioning from the engines rather than the APU. Alright, control surfaces. Obviously, we're not really checking yoke movement. We would be checking movement of the actual control surfaces. Oh, I need to check and see if the control surface page is in the 738. We never did find it in the 737. Well, we might find it in the 738, but I'll check that another time. We'll get flaps 5 set. Make sure that we do get it all the way down to flaps 5. And takeoff trim we said was 5.1, so we'll go ahead and get that dialed in as well. Okay. Up top, we should go ahead and get our probe heat on. And then that should clear our last of our warnings. And it does. And we can remove the parking brake, hold the brakes, throttle up, and if we don't hear any warnings like a bonk bonk sound, we'll know that we've passed our configuration check. Go ahead and go into the legs page here. Go ahead and go into the progress page over on the other side. There we go. Alright, is it still information hotel? It is. We're off of the main terminal, so we should be expecting a right turn on Alpha down to the end. So the sys button just left of the, yeah, so it just says in-op there, which is the same thing we found in the 7 series, so. Abrupt. I got you. I'm famous for butchering usernames and place names, so I just made you my latest victim. I apologize for that.
Golf Delta Tower has you in sight. The wind's 0207. Landing at the ramp center on reverse. Report landing assured.
I think ramp report short. 125 Golf Delta.
Center Alaska 514 at Fairbanks with hotel. We're ready to taxi off the main terminal.
Alaska 514, runway 2 left, taxi via Alpha Echo.
Alpha and Echo to 2 left, Alaska 514. Alright, we are rolling. We'll be airborne just a couple minutes late. Yeah, I had the same issue in Flight Sim 2020 with the 737-700. So, and I know there's an options there's an options page in the setup that allows you to select whether it's available. And I felt like I had that selected. I mean, I'll double check again. Maybe we'll double check that when we get up to cruise. But I felt like I had that selected. And both in 2020 and 2024, and have not been able to get that paid. Those buttons just say in op, so not sure. It's also possible, CB, it might be tied to some other option that I've selected or not selected in the aircraft. You know what I mean? Like there could be something weird, like in the aircraft that have the rotary angle of attack knob, then that function's not available or something. I don't know. You know, I mean, PMDG is pretty meticulous about the way their options interact, and clearly I have something selected that doesn't allow for that function. You know, maybe it's something about having this style of backup artificial horizon versus that style of backup artificial horizon. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely an option. I have it selected and still don't see it, meaning that I think it might be tied to some other option as well. That I just have selected a different way. I have no idea. We'll take another peek at it. It's not super critical. I always say, you know, right, the LED doesn't have the moving nose gear light, which you wouldn't necessarily know unless you had, you know, done some studying on this aircraft. And Center Alaska 514, we're ready at the end.
Alaska 514, the winds are 040 at tree. Runway 2 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 2 left, Alaska 514. Alright, weather radar. Let's get, I said we're ready and I lied. TARA, weather and terrain radars. Let's alert our cabin crew. Let's say they've reported ready to go. Let's get our strobes on. Let's get all of our forward-facing lights on. Hopefully I didn't forget anything. Now, ordinarily you'd spool the engines up to about 40%, make sure there's no vibrations, make sure there's no warnings, and then you go into toga. But when I lower my throttles back down after doing that, it usually kicks the auto throttle off. So I'm going to just pretend I've done that. Everything's good. We're now engaging toga. Ready? Let's go flying, guys. Love that roar. Alright, let's get a little forward pressure going on the yoke. Help pin the nose wheel steering down just for a moment.
80 knots.
Okay, that 80 knot call, we can release that forward pressure.
V1. Rotate.
Okay.
V2.
Pitch to the V2 plus 20.
Positive rate.
Okay, gear's going to come up. Okay, I overcooked the pitch up just a little bit, so the speed came down, but it's coming back up now. We do have autopilot engaged, and we are through 18. Now we're starting that turn. We're good. Okay, we're through 1,000 feet. We can go ahead and start bringing flaps in. Center Alaska 514, 2,500 for 10.
That's 514, your radar contact, allow to maintain by level 280.
Flight level 280, Alaska 514. Okay, flaps came up on time. The altitude flight level 280 sets. We did get
6767, radar contact lost. You doing alright?
autopilot engaged.
We'll just touch grab them.
We are airborne, so we can do a few things after takeoff. We can get continuous ignition off. We can get auto brake off. We can depressurize gear system. Alright, kind of ran through weather, comm radios, TARA. Yeah, I think I got everything.
Well, let me know when you're back. I've had worse.
Hi, thanks.
Okay. So we got the Beaver on floats and the Beaver on with floaties. So again, guys, if you're just joining our Slant Artwork Adventure, if you want to get in on the action, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and that puts you in the queue to add to or modify that image. When I call your name, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. Alright, so everything's looking good, sounding good. The Boris Audio Works sound pack sounds fantastic. Quick outside view. I love that roar there. That's just a perfect capture. Bump the map range up one more. Okay, yeah. Once it's too cluttered, I just back the map range down. One thing I didn't do. We can do this if we go. We don't 100% know what landing runway we're going to get at Anchorage, but just to finish putting it in for now, we'll go ahead and add it to the fixed page, and I add a 4-mile ring and a 10-mile ring around that, and then we'll just re-add it with the new runway assignment if we get changed. But that 4-mile ring and 10-mile ring just adds you some check-in points for configuring for arrival, and then being fully configured for arrival. Basically, by the time you cross the 10-mile threshold inbound to land, you should be starting to configure for arrival if you haven't already. So that means the first notch of flaps should come out if you haven't already gotten to that point. And then by the time you get to the 4-mile ring, you should be fully configured for landing, meaning that your gears extended, landing flaps are set, and you are good to go. Other thing it does is kind of gives you just an easier time spotting the airport on the nav display. Obviously, at this zoom level, it's pretty cluttered, but once it gets a little closer, you start to see those rings. You're like, okay, we're really close, guys. I know that buzzsaw sound in the sim does. It gives me chills too. CV Flyer agrees. Thank God for the brighter night in FS24. It was worse than FS20. Yeah, I don't do night flying. I missed some of the conversation back there, guys, and I apologize for that. I don't do night flying in the sim. I think night flying is boring. I know it presents different challenges than day flying. Every now and then, it's not bad to change it up just a little while, once in a while. But for the most part, I enjoy flying in daylight. So that's one thing you will see on this channel. I mean, in reality, I have a 9-to-5 job, so all of my flying is going to be at night in terms of Eastern time. So if I adhered strictly to sim time, and I do a lot of flying in the U.S., especially on the East Coast, and if I was to adhere strictly to the sim time, I would always be flying in darkness, and I don't enjoy that. So it's perfectly fine on VATSIM to manipulate the time of day. You have to be careful because there's a way that you manipulate the time in Flight Sim 2024 that it takes the weather with it. So if you just change it from the main menu and you rock the time back about 6 hours, well, you're also rocking the weather back about 6 hours. So you have to be careful that once you get into the sim, there's a way that you can you go into a custom scenario, you can break the two. You can move the time but leave live weather set, and that's the way you want to do it, because you want the weather to be affecting you in terms of the temperature and the pressure and the winds to be affecting you in roughly the same manner that's affecting all the aircraft around you. So that's why it's a rule on VATSIM, is if your wind situation and your pressure situation and your temperature situation are different than the aircraft around you, then those things affect your plane differently than they affect the aircraft around you, and that makes it really difficult for controllers to sort everyone out and keep everyone separated. So yeah, that's why it's a rule on VATSIM. But you can manipulate the time of day, and you can manipulate visibility and cloud layers as long as you leave the rest of the settings consistent. So that's where that stands. Through 10,000, we would have wanted to do a pressurization check.
Showing you about 500 feet low for standard altimeter.
So the way I like to say it is through about 10,000, the differential pressure should be about 1/3 of the way up the range. Through about 18,000, the diff pressure should be about 2/3 of the way up the range. And then at cruise, the differential pressure should be right up underneath the maximum, the red marks there. And the cabin altitude is, should be something reasonable for breathable air. So right now it's 2,000 feet perceived cabin altitude based on the density of air in the cabin, and should be climbing at a normal rate, which is usually 500, maybe 600 feet a minute in terms of that perceived altitude. So everything's looking good there. We know that the cabin altitude, 28,000 feet, is going to end up being about 4,000 feet, maybe. I'm not sure. Some pressure gauges, you have kind of a dual scale, so you can see how they correlate. Just eyeballing it, I believe it's going to be maybe about 4,000 feet. But yeah, you typically would say, you want it about 1/3 of the way up when you get through 10, and about 2/3 of the way up when you get through 18. We are now through 18,000, so we'll also go ahead and bump it into a standard altimeter setting. Guess we need to do that on that side too, huh? Three times. But anyway, through 18 would be the second time that I would jump up top and just verify. So yeah, differential pressure about 2/3 of the way up. Cabin altitude still somewhat reasonable. Climbing at a reasonable rate. We're good. Looks like we do have some local control at Anchorage as well. So we got 118.6 is going to be our approach, 118.3 is going to be our tower. I recognize both of those names. Evening, friends. Talk to you soon. We do have we're now in range of the ATIS information there too, so we can start to look at that in just a moment. So let's get the 118.6 is going to be the approach frequency. And 118.3 is going to be the tower frequency. Of course, that can change between the time.
Coast Guard 6767. We're inbound back to Anchorage again on the ILS 26 Yankee.
18.3.
Runway 1.
NASCAR 6767. That's British aggressive winds variable at 5. Runway 1 clear to land.
Okay, so 18.6, 18.3. So those are set in COM 2. We're transmitting and receiving on COM 1 for right now, and that'll just give us an easy one-touch. Let's make sure that I've got, 18.6 is what we'll talk to first. Okay, so that's what I've got in primary. So that'll just give us a one-touch switch when the time comes. Be ahead of the game as much as we can. Since we have the Anchorage ATIS in range now, let's see what they're running there. Information X-ray 3507. 3031 is the altimeter. Let's go ahead and just get that preset over here. Nope. It was going slow as molasses, and then all of a sudden it started going hopping crazy by tens. Okay, so 3031 is preset. I guess we got to do it over there too. Okay. Melvin says, "Howdy, nice first officer view." Yeah, I got the camera sorted out. Captain view, first officer, FMC, pedestal, and upper view. And I've got them all where I had them before in Flight Sim 2020. And in case I need to move a viewpoint around, Melvin, I can move it wherever I want. So I got all those keyboard commands sorted out, and everything's good, and life is beautiful, and we'll hope that'll sort us out in the Lear for our landings. Our landings in the Lear have been pretty shaky, and I'm not going to blame it all on this. I will say a contributing factor, one of many contributing factors of our crappy landings in the Lear is that I've had the viewpoint set too low. And going short final, you'll completely lose sight of the runway in that instance. It is common for the runway to be really, really low under the, partially under the glare shield, but not fully under the glare shield. So we hopefully we'll get that sorted out next time we fly that Fly Sim Lear. It's becoming such a great plane in terms of total functionality, acting just like the real thing. They've got it even more dialed in now. Just in the last couple of weeks, where they have a lot of that steering functionality and autopilot temporarily disable and redata the autopilot functions. Those temporary switches are all working the way they should now. So really cool, but it just it lands like a fighter jet. And if you got the viewpoint set too low, which I think we kind of determined was the case. You just can't see the runway on a short final. It comes in at such a high angle of attack that you can't see over the nose to see where you're going if you're sitting too low. Unable 250 at Croto. Okay. Thank you. I bet you if I change it to 240, it'll be happier. Alright, we're at cruise. Go ahead and turn the seatbelt lights off.
Coast Guard 6767, we're stopping.
And we're
like looking or direct back to the ramp.
right near our top of the descent as well.
6767, air taxi, direct Coast Guard ramp.
Air taxi direct to the Coast Guard ramp, Coast Guard 6767.
Alright, let's finish our briefing here. 3031, ILS and RNAV approaches and use landing. 7 right and 7 left, departing 7 left and 33. We'll let them know we have information X-ray. So what I put into the FMC, so we don't need that airport diagram at our origin anymore. We don't need the departure procedure anymore. So what I put into the FMC is that we are landing ILS 7 right, but that they may change that, and that's their prerogative, and we'll brief the ILS 7 right and get it all dialed up and ready to go. But if that changes, we'll be ready to roll with that. But let's brief this arrival just based on that and make sure all the intermediate restrictions are in here correctly. And of course, I know I just edited 250 to 240. A 10 knot variance is fine, and you know we'll manually intervene and make sure it's doing 250. But I just wanted the FMC to stop yelling at me.
514 descend via the Croto 5 arrival. Anchorage landing east. The Anchorage altimeter 3029er.
Alright, 3029er descend via the Croto 5 landing east. Alaska 514. Okay. So that gives us down to 4,000. Okay, so we've been directed now to follow this all the way down to 4,000. So let's go ahead and let the FMC know that it's okay to do that when the time comes. However, let me read through, and of course it'll be off screen for you. But let me read through the pages here. So Talkeetna at or above 11, Croto at or above 9, and 250, which we changed to 240. Nickel at 5, and then Asley 5 and 230, and then Cullen 210 at 4,000. Now we got vectors, and then we're doing Elias. They've got it looks like they've got a helper point, Elias -4, and then Elias, and then Wewo, and then Thule, and that'll be the last one that appears in there. Yeah.
Transit 2-1, confirm your standard altimeter, show you about 600 feet low.
Alright, and then let's go ahead and get the radio set up for that. So, approach frequency is 111.3, and course is 074. Missed approach frequency, in case we needed to do it, would be 113.15 and 210 to JUCAP. So 113.15 and 210. Missed approach altitude, in case we need that. Straight to 780, and then right to 3,000. And let's make sure that the missed approach legs are in there correctly as well. Again, this is all, you know, we're assuming that this is what we're getting. 7 right, so set straight to 780, and then Juke kept at 3, so that's all good. You said 3029er, and I wonder if it's changed. Yeah, it did change. 3029er. Runways in use hasn't changed with information Yankee. So 3029er. Okay, we've hit our top of descent. Aircraft is throttling back and pitching over. So light winds, partly cloudy, -9. What's -9 in Fahrenheit? -16 degrees. Greetings from the flight deck. With an update, we have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs and we have started our descent down into Anchorage. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last minute needs. Weather on the ground there is 16 degrees Fahrenheit with light winds, partly cloudy skies, and we expect to be on the ground in about 25 minutes. We thank you again for flying with us on Alaska's Flight 514 service to Anchorage. In case you're just joining us, our Slants artwork adventure. Image that we put into ChatGPT, and then you guys can add to or modify by cashing in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Our Slant artwork adventure, we got the bear snagging a fish in the river with the Alaska 737 flying overhead, and we got a beaver on floats, and a beaver on floats. But anyway, down at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the alphabet serial icon. That represents those. Button next to that tells you how many you have, and you click on that to cash in 500 to get yourself in the queue to modify that Slant artwork adventure. All right, let's run through the approach briefing. Oh, I did not. So if we are landing 7 right, and we're coming to just above the protruding pier here. So 12,000 foot runway, we're going to kind of roll it fairly long. So I'm going to set a pretty minimal auto brake here. And then the cloud bases were fairly high up, weren't they? So 3507, so left to right if we're landing runway 7. Yeah, few clouds at 200, so. Alright, so frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set. We didn't look at the minimums. What are the minimums? Minimums on ILS are going to be 200 above ground level, 332 mean sea level. Okay, so approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude is going to be straight to 780, I believe it was, and 3,000. Let me double check that. Yeah, 780 and 3,000 on the right-hand turn. FNC was reviewed. Range rings were set. V speeds. Man, I'm slacking tonight. It's a good thing I have a checklist, huh? Let's go to initialize. Let's do a flaps 30 landing. Yeah, 30, and so 153, and we'll just regular additive. It's a 7-knot crosswind, so regular additive of 5 knots to that. So 153, 158 will be our approach speed.
I'm trying to get contact with them again.
Minimums reviewed and sets. Yeah, 331, 332, something like that. Okay, yeah, we're down through standard altimeter.
Alaska 514, contact Anchorage Approach 118.6.
18.6, Alaska 514 will see.
Anchorage Center, FedEx 3.
Anchorage Approach, Alaska 514 is 15,300 on the Croto 5 landing east, and we got a Yankee.
Air 515, Anchorage Approach, good evening. The Anchorage altimeter 3029er. We can expect the visual approach runway 7 right.
Alright, 3029er, visual 7 right, Alaska 514. Okay, so we've briefed it as an ILS, and we'll continue to brief it as an ILS. But we have been offered a visual to that same runway. So everything we said stands for the correct runway choice, which is good, but we'll just, with a visual, we might be given a much more aggressive intercept on the final, so we'll be prepared for that, as long as we have the airport in sight. Anyway, so one more time through the approach briefing. Approach frequency and course set, missed approach frequency and course set, missed approach altitude, straight to 780, right to 3,000. Of course, none of that applies if we're doing it as a visual. FMC legs and altitudes and missed approach were correct. Range ranges were set. V speeds 153, 158. Minimums of 332 were set. Ceiling is not going to be a factor. Cloud base is 200. Left to right crosswind of moderate 7 knots. Left hand turnoff and a light auto brake, planning to roll long on 7 right. Okay. Coming up on 10, let's go ahead and get some forward-facing light. Oh, I never turned off the forward-facing lights coming up through 10, so that's a boo-boo there. But we got the forward-facing lights all back on now, so that's good. We're ahead of the game. And never officially released the cabin crew either. Although we released the passengers, we never released the cabin crew. Well, now they're seated again anyway. Alright, missed a couple of minor procedural steps. But caught up with the plane now.
Anchorage departure, passing 2,000, with you passing 2,000 feet.
Charlie Papa Alpha 2000. Anchorage Approach radar contact. Proceed direct Sierra, Quebec Alpha.
Proceed direct Sierra, Quebec Alpha, Cathay 2000.
Alright. Coming down through 10, so the plane is going to now slow down. We'll hit a decel point, and yep, it's going to step down the speed now. Cloud bases were reported at 200, but we're passing underneath the cloud bases at 10,000 here, but that's fine. It still means we'll be able to see the runway just fine. passing that point Proto. Yeah, and Crota was the one that I was saying needed to be at 250, and we...
Alaska 514, Anchorage Approach. You said you were descending via?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe we're doing okay. Proto was at or above 9,000, and we just passed it at 10,000. And it was at 250.
2,000, contact Anchorage Center.
And we're close to that.
132.3.
So yeah, I think we're doing okay. All right, so last things to do once we are on final. Missed approach altitude, cabin crew alert, continuous ignition and spoilers. And then our normal landing checks. So it's a little bit higher than the speed we want, but it's a little bit lower than the path we want. So between those two things, it seems like it's doing fine without intervention. Definitely within acceptable parameters on both. And see that we're coming close to the airport. Matter of, and this is a perfect example of why the rings are so useful. You can definitely see that's the airport ahead to our left. Now, can we see the airport? Is that the airport right there? Like literally right there? Hope not, because if it is, we're way out of position. It should be, if you look at the, okay, so here's we're kind of up in this flats here, so the airport's on that peninsula up ahead to our left. So that should be, this should be the airport here. It's kind of hard to tell. Everything's white, so it's kind of hard to tell, but based on the shape of the landmass there, that should be the airport. Okay, so it's now got us in where it wants to be in terms of the vertical path and in terms of the speed. So it does not seem like it needs my intervention. Approach Alaska 514. We do have the airport in sight in case it helps you.
Alaska 514, clear for the visual approach runway 7 right.
Clear for the visual 7 right, Alaska 514. Alright, so
Departure Alaska 2319,
my airplane.
Alaska 2319, Anchorage departure, radar contact, maintain flight level 200.
maintain 200, Alaska 2319.
Missed approach 3000. Set. Guys can start putting in some predictions as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Alright, let's bring in a little spoiler here. Slow us down. Let's drop it out of LNAV and VNAV. Go ahead and bug our final ref speed of 158.
Alaska 2319, direct Cushy.
Direct issue Alaska 2219.
Okay, we're below 250. Go ahead and get gear. And flaps 5. The only reason I'm doing the gear now is to help it slow down. We can stow the spoilers. Missed approach altitude set. Cabin crew alerted.
Contact Anchorage Tower 118.3.
Tower 118.3, Alaska 514. Okay. Below 200, we go to the next notch of flaps. Anchorage Tower, Alaska 514's a 10-mile left base for runway 1, correction, runway 7 right.
514 Anchorage Tower, wind 3107, runway 7 right, clear to land.
7 right, clear to land, Alaska 514. Alright, so we'll crank it to about 170. Flight director standpoint, we'll go into approach mode, but we're all hand flying here. So we'll keep about 170 until about 5 out. Okay, looking good. Nice gentle turn on the final. Kind of using the nav display to help us, but we do have visual. Keep those predictions coming in, guys.
2,500.
A little bit lower than where we want to be. Add a little throttle back in, pitch up just a tiny little bit. Okay, coming in on the center line now. Okay, 170, you're coming up on 5 miles. Let's slow it to our 158. Okay, approach speed is the purple bug. Ref speed is also bugged. Okay, looking pretty stable here. Alright, landing flaps set and check, the gears down in green. Missed approach altitude 3000 is set. We do have landing clearance. It is a straight to 780. Well, we're a visual approach, so missed approach procedure doesn't count necessarily. And then it's a roll it long, turn it left if we make it down. Eight knot left to right. And we're feeling that. I should crab it over to the left a little bit more.
1,000.
Did I get the spoilers armed? I did, yeah. Overcorrected the, okay, there's 158. We can start bringing it to 153 now.
400. 300. Approaching minimums.
We're landing.
Minimums. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Land ever? Yeah, there we go. Alright, reversers are reversers reversing? I don't hear them. We'll have to double check the reversers. Make sure they're deployed. Other than that, it's a little floaty. I was on speed. I felt that I was on speed.
Alaska 514, welcome. Cross runway 7 left at Golf to the ramp.
I crossed 7 left at Golf to the ramp, Alaska 514. Yeah, it's a little floaty. I felt like I was on speed coming down. I was a little late getting the throttles reduced. I think I pulled that between the 20 and the 10 call. You're supposed to be, you know, doing that kind of closer to the 30 call. Other than that, I think it went pretty well. And I have to double check that the reversers deployed. It didn't really sound like they were, and then maybe they were. I don't know. We'll double check. We'll fire up the reversers here in just a second. And then so we Golf. And then we're going to the first gate just north of that protruding pier. All right, let's get some cleanup done here. Flaps, spoilers, weather radar, terrain radar, landing lights, turn off lights, continuous ignition. Which one? Whoop. And then APU on and started. Oops. Windshield and probe heat. Minimums can be reset. Liquid Dinosaur popped in. Melvin, yeah, friend. Oh, hey, haven't seen in a little bit. Hope all is well. Heisenberg stopped in as well. So I keep turning the number of ground aircraft off, and it keeps putting them in anyway. So I guess we'll just steal this gate here. I'm not even sure which gate it is. I think this is the gate I had listed for myself as the gate that this real-world flight used today, but I guess any of these gates are fine. So what, is that Charlie 3? Get that taxi light off. I think that said Charlie 3. Charlie 3, okay, that's fine. When we push back later, we'll know that we're pushing back from Charlie 3. Yeah, I have been. Obviously not correctly. Alright, let's just double check I got all the taxi and stuff done. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat windscreen, continuous ignition, weather terrain, flight directors. Flight directors I guess can come off. And auto brake can come off. Minimums, transponder, lights, and APU. Okay, we got everything else. Okay, parking brake. Let's just double check. I heard it click. So hopefully, yep, okay, we're good there. We got a DM from our tower controller. I'm assuming it's not going to be like a pornographic image. I'm assuming it's going to be I can't get to it. He sent me a link to a Discord image, but I can't see it. I can't get to it. Oh well. Alright, we won't worry about that. Let's run through our arrival checklist, our turnaround checklist. We get the plane ready to turn around for leg number 2, and then we'll get rocking and rolling here as quickly as we can. So taxi light came off. APU. Yeah, let's transfer power over to the APU. So APU is now providing electricity. APU is now providing bleed power to the packs. So with that, we can go ahead and shut down the engines. Let's go ahead and get all the fuel pumps off except for the left-hand inner. So we'll leave that one on. The hydroelectric pumps can come off. And then we'll get the packs off as well, because we're going to switch on the ground AC. Anti-collision light can come off. Wheel well lights can come on, although we don't need to do a gear inspection. The touchdown was nice and gentle, fairly gentle at least. Gentle in terms of my normal performance in this aircraft, not too bad. Seatbelt and chime. Let's come down and go to the menu, FS Actions, Ground Services. Let's get some wheel chocks. Let's get ground power, ground AC. Let's go back. Let's get the doors open. Hatches open. Transponder. 2000. And back into standby. Pop up top. Let's get ground power bus active. The APU bleed now can come off, and ISO valve can come off. And so now the ground power is now supplying our electricity and our air conditioning. So now we can shut off the APU and that final fuel pump. All right, let's check on my predictions, and then let's check on your predictions. Traffic, airport quality. Gotcha. So I have quantity turned down, but quality turned up. But that's... I mean, that's kind of a contradiction. But you're saying if I turn quality of parked aircraft down, that should fix that. Okay. So I had we got off about 10 minutes late, and then what's the timing? Oh, we're only 4 minutes late getting here, and we should have 18.9 left in the tanks. Let's see where we are. I've been coming up a little short, but I adjusted consumption numbers up, because this is a little bit of a bigger aircraft than the 700 series, so the consumption numbers should be higher. 19,000 is almost dead on. 37 extra pounds. Now, I know that's rounded slightly, but yeah, so that timing and fuel estimates are so far dead on. We'll see if your predictions were as good as mine. Let's check it out. We got the subscription there from Louis320. Louis, thank you so kindly, man. Appreciate it. So where were your guesses in relation to 145? Because that's where we landed. 145, not too bad. I mean, I'll take that all day, every day. Oh, I resubbed on this account because I can't get back into my other one. Uh-oh. I reset my phone and lost access to my account. I didn't even realize it was a different username, to be honest. But thank you for the resubscription. We appreciate it. So 145 was the number that registered. That seems like it bodes very well for Iowa Scotsmen. And yes, indeed. So 173, 143, 181, 113. Yeah, 143 is 2 away. So Iowa Scotsmen will pick up the win on that one. All right, very good, guys. We got one more leg to go. And I think let's roll right into it. All right, so leg number 1 in the books. Not a bad parking job, considering I had no marshaller. A little left of the guideline, but yeah, not terrible. We'll take it. Okay, well. Oh, and I did say we were going to go into the options and try and find that page that allows us to see the control surface positions. So, menu, setup, aircraft, is it maybe under it displays? I'm looking. Range arcs, our course lines, yes. Okay, that's TCAS. Low quantity low, high vibration alert. Show FF indicators. I forget what the FF indicators are. No metric, we want it in pounds. So this is it, this is here. FCS indicator. Flight Control Surface Indicator is on. So I don't know why I don't have that. I don't know if it's, yeah, these knobs do anything at all. Okay, so that changes the references for the engine. Okay, and that changes which speeds are shown in the display. But yeah, there should be a button here that shows us our flight control surface positions, and it's not there. So I wonder that there must be some other option that I have set that negates that one, and I just don't know. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Alright, but let's go ahead and get leg number 2 filed and then underway as quickly as we can here. So leg number 2, we're going to go from here to Nome, if you want to. Nome around the world. That's blanket from here, PANC, PAOM. The route that we had come up with for that was one that the real world Alaska Airlines files for this route all the time. So we'll punch that in there, so that should be hopefully fairly straightforward for them to allow us to do. Let us go ahead and get it filed onto VATSIM, so flight plan. We are remaining as Alaska 514, we are B738, medium, SB DFGHIRWY and L, departing from PA and C, going to PA, and off block time. What did I say? 0205? Yeah, we can do that. That seems perfect. We're going to do 38,000 feet for that one at 480 knots, going to PAOM, alternate of PAOT, not layout, PAOT. En route time, an hour 21 with 327 left in the tanks. Route was just what I pasted in, so we'll paste it in again. PBN is a B1C1D1 S2T1, right? Yep. Data filing populates automatically. Performance is a Charlie. We are twitch.tv/slant alpha adventures. Hi, Ian, Jeff, and Stu. Flight plan file. Alright, so back into the flow list. We'll take it from the top, as they say in the music biz. Let's refresh our ATIS information. It was... We're going backwards now. It was X-ray, and then it became Yankee, and now it's X-ray again. Okay. You're confusing me, dude. But 3029 is current, and the operational information has not changed. We got our pre-departure clearance through text message just then. Just exactly as we filed. 3151 is the transponder. Radar vectors first fix, maintain 4,000, expect 380 and 10. Departure frequency 118.6, walking 3. Hang on, I just saw it. So 38 PAM. Oh, there it is, 3151. Okay, we got that. And then departure runway, we don't really know. But if we go back to the ATIS information, departing 7 left and 3-3. So we might depart 7 left, we might depart 3-3. 3-3 makes a little bit more sense for our direction of flight, and it's a shorter taxi as well. Actually, it's not that much longer a taxi to 7 left hotel, but 3-3 just makes more sense for direction of flight. So I'm going to assume 3-3. We'll confirm that. If we have to change that in the box when we go, we can certainly do that, but we'll go ahead and assume runway 3-3 for now. Okay. So we got the ATIS. We are talking to tower on 18.3. Oh no, tower's gone. So it's now we're just straight up to our departure of 18.6. He's going to now be acting as our tower controller as well. So we're over on that frequency. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and just to make life easier on ourselves. Let's just put all that in COM 1. 18.6. And then what was Stu on center? 132.3. Okay, so we're ahead of the game. We got Bed Dave here. How are you, Bed Dave? Good to see you. 35 consecutive streams. Heaven help you. You're not sick of me yet. Alright, altimeter 3029, I believe we've got set. And that's a resub from Bed Dave as well. I guess he's not sick of me. He keeps giving me money. So generous. Thank you so much. 3029. Let's go ahead down into our FMC. Let's go out of the menu. And back to the menu. Back to the FMC. So let's put in our next route, PANC. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Route. Okay, here we go. Goes there. Duh. PA. I promise at some point I'll wake up. PAOM if you want to. Let's go to departures and arrivals. Departures is the Anchorage 1, no transition. I'm going to assume 3-3. We'll go ahead and put that into the route. We'll go to the next page. I mean, it's really just radar vectors anyway, right? We can actually... Let's just look at that Anchorage 1 departure since we're cleared on it. We should probably pull up a chart for it at some point before we go. So it's just vectored. Expect radar vectors to first fix. 329 to 600 and then a left to 301. If we end up taking off from a different runway, well, see, they said departing the 7s, and the 7s don't have a path here, so it's got to be 3-3. 3-3 is the only currently active departure runway that makes sense for this departure, so it's got to be 3-3. So 329 to 600, and then we'll turn left to 301. So I'm going to turn the heading bug to 301, since after 600 feet, that's where we're going to be turning. And the initial of 4,000, we said, right? Hang on. I don't think I have that initial altitude on this checklist page. I guess I'm just in such a habit of setting it that I don't question it anymore. Should be on this page somewhere, though. That'd make life a little easier to verify things. Anyway, all right, altimeter set. Let's get the Anchorage 1. Then it's going to be radar vectors TED, but that's really here at the airport, so that'll just be a radar vector anchoring point. And then it's J111 off of TED to Unacleat, Unk. And then Golos and Wonab. And there's no, yeah, it'll be north and west. That's the one. I'll double check that. Activate and execute. Let's go to performance initialization, cost index 74, because why not? Reserves 7.5 for our alternates, reserves, and contingencies. Zero fuel weight, we'll double click, it'll populate in. We did say we're going to 360. Oh, I thought I said 380. Well, I guess we're going to make it 360. And execute. And again, we're not going to derate the takeoff or the climb. If I was a real captain, I would be concerned with saving fuel, saving wear and tear. I'm not a real captain, so I don't care. 141s are abort speed. If we have any safety critical issues before reaching 141, we'll abort. We exceed 141, we'll accelerate 2 more knots to 143, and we'll rotate the nose upward. Pitch to maintain 152 if we got one functioning engine, 172 if we got 2 functioning engines. So the 172 is what I will put into the bug here, 172. We did say it's going to be a left turn to 301 on departure.
At Anchorage, looking for pushback onto Foxtrot or Kilo.
Initial altitude is 4,000.
With info X-ray.
So that's there. Auto throttle, flight director, auto brake RTO. Traffic and data already set. Let's
push approved. Just let me know when we're ready for taxi.
Let's go into plan mode real quick.
Ready for taxi for Delta 746.
And let's bump the range up. I got that one waypoint that it wasn't sure about. So let's now step through and just make sure. Go to the legs page. So Golub and Wonab. Remember, it gave me a choice of two, or I'm sorry, Golos and Wonab. It gave me a choice of two, and the Golos that I chose looked like it was the right one, but now that I see it's right there next to Wonab, it does look like indeed it is the correct one. So I'm good. I'm happy to say that I think I did choose correctly there. So let's go back into map mode, and we'll set the range down to something a little bit more tactical so we can see what's going on off of the runway. Okay. And then the transponder code was 3151. Alright, doors and hatches. Close, close, close. And no, I'm not going to arm it. I'm just going to leave it closed. Again, our flight attendant crew will take care of arming and all that stuff. You know, the real captain doesn't control that from up here, so I'm not going to worry about it either. Let's jump up top. Let's get the left inner fuel pump running. Let's get the APU on and started. Let's make sure our parking brake is set. There's no reason it shouldn't be, but it still is, so we're good. Let's jump back up top. We'll get window heat on. We'll leave the probe heat off for now. Pressurization, we're going to be cruising at 36,000, not 38, so I'll have to fix that with center. And then landing altitude at Nome is going to be 50 feet more or less. So we'll get that set. Alright, waiting for the APUs. So the APUs spooling up. The turbine temp spikes up, and we'll just make sure it doesn't run out of control. It does seem to be settling there, and then it should come back down. Once it does, we'll have electricity available. So we'll switch over to that electricity on both sides. Waiting, waiting, waiting. There we are. Okay, so electricity is switched over to the APU. Now let's get the air conditioning switched over to the APU. So that's now done. We're providing our own electricity and own air conditioning now. We've verified our parking brake is on. The reason I say all that is because we are now going to throw all the trucks off, and we're no longer connected to power. We're no longer connected to air conditioning. As I just mentioned, we have supplied our own at this point. Wheel trucks are not needed because parking brake is on, so we can go back and pop over here to the legs page. All right, what else do we need to do? Quick passenger briefing. We are supposed to be off by 5 minutes from now, and then wheels up by 15 minutes from now. I think we can do that. I think we might be right on schedule, maybe even slightly early. Let's -9. Yep, so same temperature that we had. 3507, so light winds, partly cloudy. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Alaska Airlines Flight 514 service to Nome. We are due to push back from the gate here in about 5 minutes. We might even be just slightly early. We are scheduled to be wheels up at quarter after the hour. We might get up just above, just a few minutes prior to that. Weather here at our origin is a nice balmy 16 degrees Fahrenheit with light winds and partly cloudy skies. Nice high pressure day too. Stable air. We don't expect any major bumps and bruises as we make our way up, and should find nice smooth cruising altitude, smooth cruising air for you about 36,000 feet as we make our way up to Nome. Thanks again for riding along with us on Alaska Airlines Flight 514. Get seated and buckled in as quickly as you can, and we will be underway shortly. Actually, did I get the seatbelt signs on? Don't know if I even did that. I am incredibly zoomed in on your flight deck from up here. No pressure. I did see that you sent me a private message on VPilot, but I wasn't able to open that link for some reason. I don't know why. But Yeah, no, we're happy to have all the viewers that we want, Ian, from whatever vantage point you want to view from. It's a little scary that you want to look that closely. I mean, you know, when count the pores on my face, I've got many of them, but but yeah, man, happy to have you riding along. Let's get the anti-collision light on, wheel well light coming off. We're westbound, so we'll leave that on the left. Fuel pumps, rest of them can come on. We do still have a little bit of fuel in the center tanks, so we'll go ahead and fire all those up. The hydro pumps can come back on as well. We can get our pushback sets up. It was a picture of my landing? Okay. Yeah, for some reason I wasn't able to open it. It wanted to open it in a browser, and then the browser wanted to open my Discord app. My Discord app was already open, but it couldn't. For some reason, it didn't like trying to direct it to the image from there. So, yeah, apologies, but thank you. If you want to post that up in like the ZDC Discord, or I don't know if you're on mine, or wherever you want to post that. Oh, we got some gift subs going out. All right, let's pre-plan our pushback. So pushing back from here, yeah, we should be able to push back, and it should be all ramp area here. Got some gift subs going out from Louis. Thank you so kindly for that, man. Alright, so we're gonna...
Delta 746 with X-ray, ready for taxi, runway 07 left.
Delta 746, runway 33, taxi via Golf Kilo.
Alright, so are we ready?
Runway 33 via Golf Kilo, Delta 746.
Parking brake still on? Okay, there we go. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, I had finished the planning, but I hadn't actually requested the tug. Now let's release the hole, and now we're rolling. Okay, good. Guess I should check and make sure there's nobody in the ramp behind us. We got all those pretend parked planes. Oh, we do have one pushed back there, but we're not going to interfere with him, I don't think. Alright, so let's go ahead and fire some engines up. We'll start with number 2. Pack off. Ground start on. Alright, 20% in. Fuel comes in. Whoops, not in the 1, 2. Yeah, so we are pushing. That's a fan. I mean, he's not really there. I just need I changed that option in my sim rendering. The Delta is actually a VATSIM player. He's now taxiing away, so we're good. All right, the number 2.
I guess I could just verify squawk 7227 in mode Charlie, please.
The number 2 has stabilized. We can get the pack back on, pack off, ground start. We can get the right-hand generator. Right-hand generator on.
Direct mode Charlie and 7227 for Delta 746.
Thank you.
Okay, once we get about 20% in, we'll go ahead and pull the fuel from cutoff. There we go. Parking brake can be reset now that the pushback is done. Go ahead and close that up. So yeah, we're on a taxi lane that runs through the ramp area here, but it is not on the FAA taxiway chart with a letter assignment. So basically means it's not controlled by FAA ground controllers. So we're good here. All right, so the number 1 start sequence is completed. Let's go ahead and get that pack back on. Get that generator on, since we now are supplying... Oh, let's get engine bleeds. So we're now supplying air conditioning from the engines. We don't need it from the APU. We're now supplying electricity from the engines. We don't need it from the APU. APU can go off. Alright, flight control check. Again, not really checking yoke movement, checking control surface movement, but I don't have that screen, so we'll just have someone outside give us a big thumbs up on all that. Everything moved as As anticipated, we'll set our takeoff flaps and takeoff trim. Oh, I forget what the takeoff trim was. Let's go to the initialization page. Oh, that's why I don't remember what it was. 4.92, so just slightly less than 5. That's why I don't remember. Okay, there we go. Now we're set.
Runway 33 clear for takeoff.
33 cleared for takeoff, Delta 746.
Alright, so that should do us in terms of warnings. Once we get the probe heat on, park and brake off. Okay. And we'll hold the brakes in while we run the engines up. Hearing no warnings, we'll say config check is passed. Double check the updated ATIS information is Yankee. Any changes? 3027 now. Approach Alaska 514 off of Charlie 3, information Yankee, we're ready to taxi.
Alaska 514, runway 33, taxi via Gulf, Kilo.
Gulf and Kilo to runway 33, Alaska 514. Okay, so we'll kind of just veer out to the right here. Straight across that until it joins Kilo, and then we are pretty much right where that guy's lined up there is where we're headed. So real quick, let's do weather radar, terrain radar. Brake check, yeah, brakes are working. Go ahead and get our taxi light on while we're moving. And then at the hold short, transponder, crew alert, continuous ignition and lights. Pretty much pulling up to the hold short, so looks like we'll be first in line. Alright, then again, I would normally spool the engines up to about 40%, check for vibrations and warnings.
Delta 746 is now airborne, 2,000 for 4,000.
But then when I pull my hardware throttles back down, it tends to kick the autopilot off, the auto throttle off.
Turn right heading 160.
Speaking of which,
200, right turn 160 for Delta 746.
but yeah, so when I do that, it tends to kick the auto throttle off. So I'm just gonna say we did and call it a day. We'll just go straight into Toga once we're lined up. Alright, we're done taxiing. Taxi light off. Okay, we'll do strobes once we've been given permission to enter the runway. Forward facing lights once we are cleared to go. Strudel says, I'm back. Went out to Ellicott City with my dad. Got some ice cream from Crazy Masons. I feel like there's more to that story. And approach Alaska 514. No rush, but ready when you are.
Alaska 514, that's my apologies. I know you've heard this before, but I genuinely was on the landline this time. Runway 33 clear for takeoff.
I totally, completely believe you. Runway 33 clear for takeoff, Alaska 514.
I have to do an app rack, you know how it is.
I know, you're very busy with traffic right now, I get it.
Delta 746, clear direct to Act West.
Direct back wave 746.
That was the app rack.
Alright, that makes it legit. Alright, no warnings, no vibrations, let's rock and roll, guys. Alright, let's pin the nose wheel down, a little forward pressure to hold that nose wheel on. Let's correct and get back on center line, that'd be golden as well.
knots.
Okay, 80 knots, we can release that forward pressure just a touch.
V1.
Rotate.
We are.
V2.
Okay, there's our V2 plus
Positive rate.
20. Okay, the little white marker will stay. This autopilot target speed is going to jump up on us. That little white marker will stay. Once we get to 1,000. Okay.
746, contact Anchorage Center 132.3, 32.3. Have a good one.
32.3 for Delta 746. Talk to you next time.
Heading 301. Flaps can start coming in. Departure Alaska 514, 2,300 going to 4.
Alaska 514, radar contact, climb maintain flight level 200, turn left heading 250, and I'll give you a vector to join here in just a second.
Okay, 200 and 250, Alaska 514. Okay. Probably not a great readback since I didn't specify that the 200 was the altitude and the 250 was the heading, but he'll see that I have it sorted out.
Alaska 514 on the 250, heading join J111.
I will join J111, Alaska 514. We missed it. That's okay. That's all right, man. I was technically not crossing it when you said it. I just, if I'd been just a touch quicker, we would have been right on top of it. No worries, mate. Just to deconfuse the FMC, we'll just take ourselves direct to FITS, execute, and LNAV. So off of the runway now, depressurize gear, cancel RTO, continuous ignition. Oh, you forgot the airway on the initial instruction, 250 to join J111. No, that's all right, man. I'm gonna be doing this sector, starting soon too. So you make all the mistakes, so I don't have to, right? I'll learn from yours. All right, coming up through 10, we should see the FMC decide to kick it up a notch in terms of our forward airspeed. So we'll see it reduce the climb rate. Let the speed come up. As we do that.
14 contact, Anchorage Center 132.3, 32.3, take care.
All right, 32.3, Alaska 514, we'll see you. Forward facing lights can come off.
Alaska 2319, descent pause, description, maintain 1 tree bound. The general altimeter 2995.
Hold on.
2995, 13,000.
We got a 2319. Anchorage Center, Alaska 514 is 10,800 going to 200.
514, Anchorage Center
we able to get 360 as our final?
514, climb to maintain, level 360.
360, Alaska 514, thanks. Alright, fuel warning there just says that we're out of fuel in our center tanks. So we'll go ahead and just reach up top, turn the center tank pumps off. Warning's cleared, all good. And normally that's the sound that means Kinnemonster is here, but we did actually have an Alaska 2319 ahead of us. Alright, let's crank the range up a little bit. Now we can. Yeah, so at this range we can see our destination is there. Now I don't have the range rings around the airport. You don't really know what approach. We have not set up an approach. Don't really even, I haven't even looked to see what runways we have at Nome.
Alright, Alaska 61, let me know if the weather notes or just the weather and your approach request, as you know.
Back the
yeah, are you asking if I would
back the map range off a little bit. By the way, friends,
Let me know which approach
since
you
we
want
have a
to
minute,
do.
I will remind you of our channel activity that we refer to as our Slant Artwork Adventure. Slant Artwork Adventure is an image that we have ChatGPT generate for us. I start with basically a one-sentence description that I put in at the beginning of the stream to have it generate a piece of artwork that loosely represents what we're up to that evening. Once I show that to you, then what you guys are able to do then is cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and that gives you the opportunity, once I call your name out of that queue, to decide how you would like to add to that image or modify that image. So I'll show you what we got so far. We got the bear snacking a fish in the river, we got the Alaska 737 flying overhead, and then we got a beaver on floats, and then a beaver on floats. So that's what we got so far. Strudel wants to get in on that action. What would you like to do to add to or modify that image? I got to be fishing in the background? Ooh, okay. That means I got to go to another ChatGPT thread and snag a picture of me. Okay. No problem. I will do that. Alright, we're... one thing I did not do at 10,000 was a cabin pressure check. Now that we're through 18... we can go to standard altimeter, and then let's do a cabin pressure check real quick. So the differential pressure at 10 is about a third of the way up. The differential pressure at 18 should be about 2/3 of the way up. Differential pressure at cruise should be fully up. And the cabin altitude should be at something reasonable, climbing at something reasonable. So it's just over 2,000 perceived cabin altitude based on the air density in the cabin, climbing at a normal rate of 500 to 600 feet per minute. So all is well. If we had started to have difficulty breathing at 10,000, we would have known something was amiss. We also would have heard an alarm go off. But I like to check it at 10 because that's kind of the highest you can be with non-functioning pressurization. And then I like to check it again at 18, and then we'll check it again once we get up to cruise. All that is done now. So I will go ahead and fetch myself an image.
7140 for traffic.
Delta 218, descend via the Woody 5 arrival, landing east, the Anchorage altimeter 3027.
I have a handful of different ones that I use.
And Riptide 5940, do you still need to hold or anything?
Yeah, I think we're going to need maybe 1 or 2 laps in the timer for that 59, hopefully.
Got 5940, Roger. You're cleared to the Johnstone appointment.
Got it chewing on that there, Strudel.
Hold your discretion, maintain level 340, expect further clearance at 0240.
Alright, clear to the Johnston VOR and hold at our discretion, maintain Apollo 340 and expect further clearance at 0240 for Riptide 5940 Heavy.
Oh, what's...
218.
What?
We've been here the whole time. We didn't hear you. Sorry about that.
Absolutely. I called you a few times. Sent via the Whitty 5 arrival. Landing east, the Anchorage altimeter 3027.
Sent via the Woody 5 arrival. 218.
All right.
Anchor 10 and Alaska 219. Forgetting here, we told this 10 8,000.
I don't look very happy.
Commonly at or above 8,000 at Commonly.
Apparently I'm not catching much. I look very annoyed. And I tell you what, if I was standing in a freezing river in Alaska, I would be annoyed. So that's probably the correct expression. Looking very chubby version of Jamie Heineman there. He got a fish. I don't know why I don't have a fish. You just reach down and snag a fish. I can't catch a fish. I've been out here for hours. I haven't caught nothing. He just reaches down and snags one, just like that. I don't understand. I'll find out what bait he's using. Yeah, because I wouldn't be smiling if there was a hungry bear right in front of me either. True. However, that would not be my expression in that situation either. In all fairness. Both of you guys have killed me. Louis says you'll have to adopt his method of catching fish rather than using the rod. Well, if someone wants to put in 500 channel points, we will make that happen. Ian Fisher says, my sad face is because of the bad vector. No, dude. Stop it.
Center actually for Riptide 5940 Heavy. Looks like the max estimated. So we do not need a hold for the 5940 Heavy.
Riptide 5940, roger. Good to the Ted Stevens Airport. Via after Johnstone Point, be via the Whitty 5 arrival.
Alright, do the Whitty 5 for Riptide 5940 Heavy.
Alright, we'll see what happens.
Riptide 5940, been via the Whitty 5 arrival. Landing east, the Anchorage altimeter.
Louis took one for the team, guys. Louis took one for the team and said, alright, hey, challenge accepted. Let's see Rob's fishing technique to match the bears. Maz, stop walking through my headphone cord. I'm afraid to open this one up, actually. That's still working on it. ELW is here.
5940, it's 7 left, 7 right, decided by...
Ah!
Sorry, Roger, Dog.
It's one for the ages, guys. Louis, that's pretty much identical to what I actually wrote. And it definitely knew what we were going after there. It definitely knew what we were going after there. I will post all these up to the Discord afterwards. Forgot about the diverse vectoring. I forget what the A stands for. Diverse vectoring area. Yeah, all that crap I got to study up on. I know, right? A waterlogged Punxsutawney Phil. Just a few weeks too late, but yeah. And notice that now that I have a fish, I don't look any happier. Yeah, you would have thought that I would have had a nice sense of accomplishment after that, but no. No, I'm just as miserable to be there as I would be if I was really there. You know, dangerous wildlife notwithstanding, that's exactly how happy I would be if I was standing in that river, with or without the fish. Yeah, we'll make an adjustment. We'll make an adjustment. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll put one in. I'll put one in under my own authority. All right, that one will be a freebie. That one will be on me. We'll see if we can make me a little bit more enthusiastic about my accomplishment.
FedEx 220 to center maintain 17,000. They catch 16,000. They catch
one of the puppies might
2946.
Might need to go somewhere.
Okay, do 17,000 heavy.
And it's a correction here.
There we go. Now I'm a little happier.
Talking on the 16,000 for FedEx 220 heavy.
All right. Well, tell you what, friends. On that note, let me see if I can get a couple minutes out of the cockpit here. Take a little liquid recycling break, but I do think one of the puppies might need to take a trip as well. So we'll get all that taken care of. We'll be right back with you on our Flying Wild Alaska adventure and the PMDG 737-800 Boris Audio Works sounds full effect, and we'll be back here in just a moment. Center Alaska 514, I'm able to step out for about 5.
I'll be down your bed.
Welcome, thank you. All right, friends, see you in a few.
Anchorage Center, Alaska 177, 9,700 for flight level 200.
Alaska 177, Anchorage Center, climb and maintain, flight level 300.
Maintain flight level 300, that's 177.
Delta 218, contact Anchorage Approach 118.6. Delta 218, contact Anchorage Approach 118.6.
Approach, Delta 218.
Anchorage Center, good evening. Moonraker 6588, currently 5,500 feet. We're about 17 miles south of Deadhorse, DME. We'd like to pick up a IFR clearance down to Ted Stevens.
Moonraker 6588, Anchorage Center, squawk 3172, maintain VFR.
Alright, 3172, we'll maintain VFR, Moonraker 658.
Anchorage Center, Transit 21, we're back with you.
Transit 21, welcome back.
Anchorage Center, Transit 21, we'd like to get the RNAV 15 albino for Cold Bay.
And Anchorage Center, Clearwater 1.
Clearwater 1.
Just requesting if we can hold 410 for our cruise.
Clearwater 1, how about this? Just center maintain 16,000. The Ketchikan altimeter 2946, correction, 2946.
2946 down to 160 for Clearwater 1, thanks.
And FedEx 220, just for your descent rate here, we'll need you at 16,000 within 9 minutes.
Copy for FedEx 220, Odie.
Alright, there was someone I think with a request, it was a...
WestJet 81 will be to flight level 370.
Oh, WestJet 81, contact Vancouver Center 133.7.
133.7, thanks, WestJet 81.
Anchorage Center, Transit 21, I think that was us. We're requesting RNAV 15 at final for Cold Bay.
Okay, that's 121, Roger, you can expect that. Transit 21, good direct final. Descent pilot discretion, maintain 4,000. I guess the altimeter, one moment.
Okie doke, friends. How are you? Back?
And Anchorage Center, left to 2219, back to you at the
Reached our cruise altitude. Check in the center. We'll do a little bit of an announcement.
The wind 010 at Dave, gust 23, runway 8, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 8, left to 2219.
Alaska 61, you were cleared to the Juneau Airport. After Sisters Island, cleared the Arno Zulu runway 8 approach.
Copy that. You want me to pass over Sisters Island first and then continue on?
If you so wish, just if you need to do another lap in the hold, go for it, but if not, you can go right in.
Okay, direct dimly on to Arnav Zulu runway 861.
Anchorage Center, 22 underground at Kenai with Delta aircraft.
Check back in with center here in just a second.
Okay, Kenai, stand by.
Center Alaska 514 spec on.
Log back. Go record 6588, radar contact.
Go get it.
6 miles south of
Let's give our update to the passenger cabin.
To the Anchorage Airport.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 36,000 feet and we've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Alaskan king crab, so sit back, relax, enjoy. Give you an update on the weather situation in Nome once we are ready to start our descent. Thanks again for flying along with us on Alaska Flight 514 service to Nome, Alaska.
No worries. We'll go direct final with center maintain 4,000 pilot discretion for Transit 21.
And in that brief intermission, I did get it smelling a little better in here. I think somebody had a small accident, and it was not me.
Anchorage at 21, the Cold Bay altimeter 2982.
2982, Transit 21.
This time.
Captain 2000, Anchorage radio is offline. Radar service terminated, free to change of route.
Over to Newfoundland, Captain 2000, bye-bye.
FedEx 220, contact Vancouver Center 133.7.
Okay, 33.7 for FedEx 220 Heavy, thanks, have a good
night.
So Ian says, I'm meant to ask, are you super light?
Within 9 minutes.
Not terribly so. I think cargo-wise, we're fairly full. We're like 75% full, maybe a little higher. Fuel-wise, I was only fueled for this one specific trip. You know, normally I fuel for 2 hops, and I don't take on additional fuel at the turn point. So much lighter on fuel for this departure than for our first departure. The rotation maybe just looked weird on tower view. Yeah, possibly. I don't think I was particularly light. I think if we go into...
Center, who's 22 calling again at Q9 with Delta, requesting VFR flight following to Anchorage.
What was the payload? Yeah, so 161 out of 174. Load level 92%, so yeah, fairly full.
Alright, gonna do 2 Anchorage Center, go for VFR request.
222 requesting VFR departure and flight following to Anchorage.
I got you 2 aircraft type requested altitude.
222, it's a Grand Caravan, 208 and 3,500. And if you need my equipment type, it's...
Alright, well, tell you what, let's start. I know we're kind of ahead of the game. It's not a super long flight, longer than the first one though, for sure. But let's just start taking a peek at what our arrival might look like. It does not look like we have, doesn't have, do we have an ATIS at Nome? No, it does not. Does not look like we do. PAOM. Ooh, geez. Very windy up there. 090, 30, gust to 40, 2 statute miles, and blowing snow. Man, we're going to have a fun one getting up there. Few clouds at 5,500, scattered at 7,500, overcast at 9,000. Temperatures minus 15. 5 degrees, a nice warm 5 degrees in Nome. Louis is back. Well, Louis, yeah, you want to catch up on what we just discovered. Wind at Nome 090, 30, gust to 40. Visibility 2 statute miles, blowing snow. Cloud bases 55, 75, and 90. 29, 93. Peak wind 100 at 40. Visibility 1 and 1/2, variable to 3. So yeah, they're going to be a little interesting getting into Nome today. Let's take a peek at what runways are available there.
In Anchorage Center, Alaska 2219, a little bit of wind shear on final, just a little bit.
That's 2219, roger.
So we do have a, we've got 28.
61 previously arrived.
Got a low DMA back course for runway 10.
Wind shear on final.
RNAV GPS to runway 10. That seems like the...
2319, do you have any idea what the gains and losses were, or what altitude it happened at?
It was just as we were turning on that short final.
So 340 is the minimum. What's the low back course minimum? I can't imagine it's lower than that.
Like 500 to 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I can take.
So we got low back course to 10 and RNAV GPS to 10. This is the GPS, gives us the minimums of 380. I think, no, we have LPV? Yeah, we probably do. 340. 340, so Yeah, so either way, we're probably good. So I say we'll just simplify it for ourselves and make it the RNAV GPS runway 10. Straight out to MO at 3,000 if we go missed, which seems maybe possibly likely. We have an airport diagram.
0506, on course departure approved, runway 2 left, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, so the ramp that we're going to, so this is GA transient and GA tenant. The ramp that we're going to is down here. It's basically a single gate operation, but the terminal building is down here on the southeast side. So we'll land it, roll it out, right turn off the Foxtrot, 6,000 foot runway, so fairly short. And yeah, the weather's going to be interesting getting in, so we'll see how that goes.
177, send file discretion, maintain level 1, which approach you like.
We can go ahead and get set up for that. Let's go to departures and arrivals. Arrival in the Nome. There is no star. Let's look at the...
177, roger.
RNAV to runway 10 from Spivey, yeah, just in case we need it. We'll put that into the route and execute. And yeah, we're going to leave the discontinuity in there because we don't really have. I'll show you.
61 tower does have you in sight. The wind 010 with 8 goes to tree. Runway 8
in plan mode here.
Alaska 61, runway 8 cleared to land.
So the reason there's a discontinuity after WONAB is because our route, right, our filed route takes us to this point WONAB, and then our filed route has us basically direct the field, but our filed route does not include a means of joining from Spivey or any means of joining this approach. So yeah, so you wouldn't want the FMC to build a path from the end of your filed route to the beginning of this approach that we haven't had any discussion with ATC about us doing that. You know, they may want us to change the approach, or they may give us you know, an initial to Spivey with the procedure turn, or they may vector us onto this, or what have you. Our path to Spivey has not been determined. So that's why the FMC has it represented in there as a gap. We don't want to just automatically close up that gap and just assume that we're going to go WONAB direct Spivey and then just continue on, right? We haven't been cleared to do that. We don't want the FMC to reflect something that we haven't been cleared to do.
177, cleared direct Fegan.
So we'll go back into map mode. So yeah, we're going to have a discontinuity in there for now, but we'll leave that. We'll address it when we get closer. When we get closer to WONAB, we'll know what we're doing. Probably we'll just they'll just vector us.
Anchorage Center, good evening. Alpha 1496 on the ground at Cooper Bay, looking to pick up IFR.
Runway 10.
We have the west.
Oh, by the way, the other thing to note is that Nome is a non-towered field. I'll show you that on the map, and then we'll talk about what implications that has.
Airport 1496, airport 2, from the Cooper Bay Airport to the Prevention Bay Airport as filed. Maintain 10,000 departure this frequency, squawk 566 tree hold for release.
So Nome is a non-towered field. We go into Sky Vector, we zoom into Nome. Oh, is the weather clearing up there a little bit? It's now 6 statute miles in haze, overcast to 8,500. Okay. Well, that's good news, I guess. It's getting a little bit better. Wind is still 21 gusts to 36. So good news, guys. It's died down a little bit. But anyway, my point is that it is a non-towered field. So it's depicted in magenta. It's got this area around it that includes Class Echo airspace to the surface. So that means that, you know, that ATC can clear you on a procedure that takes you all the way to the surface of this airport. But it means that which runway we use to arrive is our choice. So we've decided already we want to arrive runway 10. He doesn't have the authority to direct us to use a different runway because this airport is non-towered. The FAA staff does not decide which runway pilots use. It's up to us. Now we have to coordinate with the other traffic at that airport, and so we'll want to.
Originally, I live in Seattle, and I like doing a lot of flights up here. But like I said, in all my years of flight simulating, I've never ever had a controller of VATSIM, so that was kind of cool.
All right. Well, I'll send you the schedule if I got one.
Excellent. That sounds good. Thank you.
So 123.6 will be the common traffic advisory frequency here. We can see that as well. Nome radio 123.6 common traffic advisory frequency. So we'll have that dialed in and ready to go. 123.6. Okay. So we'll make position announcements around the airport on that frequency once we get there.
Falcon 1496, Anchorage Center, you are released for departure. Clearance void if not off by 0255. And off by 0255.
But basically, what it means is
0248 and 1/2 for interchange approved.
He's not going to tell us which runway to use. We'll tell him which. He doesn't even care which runway we use, but he does care which approach we use, and so we'll let him know which approach we would like to set up for. And, you know, we'll tell him it's the RNAV GPS to runway 10. By the way, we can set that minimum of 340 in there. How long till landing? So we're 160 miles from top of the St. Louis, so that's still, what, about 20 minutes before we even start down, and then another 20-25 minutes after that. So 45 minutes all told, thereabouts. My original prediction, yeah, 10:41, so a little less than an hour. That's our fuel balance, by the way. We've used a little bit more on the left than the right. That's not really enough to worry about, but if we wanted to, if we ever wanted to adjust our fuel balance in this aircraft, so we got more. So the right side is the heavy side by a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit. Right side is the heavy side. Let's go ahead and open up the crossfeed. We'll see the valve. Okay, now it's good. We're going to keep the right side, the heavy side pumps on. We're going to turn the light side pumps off. Okay, it's got a master caution that we've got a non-standard fuel configuration running. We're going to watch the right tank come down till it's basically even with the left tank. Again, this is an extremely minor fuel imbalance. Okay. Pretty much equal now. We'll fire up the pumps. Whoops. Wrong way.
Anchorage Center, approximately level 1496, 1,600 climbing 1010,000 on route.
1496, Anchorage Center, radar contact. Final maintain 10,000.
So they're identical.
1496.
And they're coming down at exactly the right time. Whoa, I got that really, really close. but we can go ahead and turn that crossfeed off. So we'll watch the valve transition light and then valve open light go off. So there's a very, very minor fuel imbalance now solved. Alright, let's see if the updated METAR has made its way into VATSIM. Yep, so 0226, now 0240. So 090, 21 gusts to 36. So the winds died down slightly, that's good. Visibility has improved from 2 to 6 miles. Instead of blowing snow, we've got haze. Overcast has dropped from 90 to 85, but the intermediate cloud layers are gone. And temperature's minus 14, so it's warmed up too. Wow, that's good. It's warmed up and the winds died down. We'll be fine. Center Alaska 514, we've got the spicy weather at Nome, and we've been looking for the RNAV GPS runway 10.
Alaska 514, Roger, you can expect that.
Yay! So now the question is he going to want us to do the terminal area approach and then our procedure turn at Spivey, or procedure turn really, it's not a procedure turn, it's the hold in lieu of hold in lieu of procedure turn. HILOP is the acronym. Really not that big a difference. The hold in lieu would look like this. Whenever we get to that point, we would do a
Alaska 514, just confirm you wanted the RNAV 10.
A-frame, that's correct.
Alaska 514, cleared direct Spivey.
Direct Spivey, Alaska 514. So, yeah, he's basically... So I think we've got our question answered.
Going to, I don't remember if I said it to you, but you are in fact radar contact.
222.
So, sounds like he's just going to give us direct to Spivey, and I think we're coming from almost right over top of the airport, but just for clarity's sake, I moved the line over. So, direct to Spivey. If he wants to give us altitude assignments on the way down, he may, or he may just say, descend via the published procedure altitudes. I forget the exact wording. He'll probably know better than me. But descend via the published procedure altitudes. Add Spidey to the artwork. Okay, we can do that. So that would mean that once I was within 30 miles, I could drop to 7,000. Once I was within 10 miles, I could drop to 4,000. Then when we get to Spivey, not Spidey, but I'll go ahead and do it, Louis. We would then make our own procedure turn on the teardrop pattern to make the course reversal and then come back to Spivey on a 09 or 8, and then we'll proceed down the course that way. Add Spidey, but have him catching some fish also? Okay.
177 across,
if it was a procedure turn, if it was actually, so this is really, it's called a hold turn. Hold turn is kind of my colloquialism for it. Hold in lieu of procedure turn is the official name. A procedure turn proper, so that would be your point Spivey. You'd go out, you'd track the course outbound, you'd turn on a 45 degree that way, you'd turn back on you do a 180 to come in back on a 45 that way, and then you track the inbound that way. So it ends up kind of looking like a hockey stick, whereas this ends up just looking like a hold entry of whichever variation fits the direction that you're coming from. So this is a true procedure turn, and they have it depicted, you know, kind of like a barb like that, coming at a 45-degree angle off of the final approach course. So that's what a procedure turn is depicted as, but this is a hold in lieu. But colloquially, you kind of call it the same thing. All right, Louis. Chat GPT is churning away at your request. So 3,700 or above. But what I'll do to make sure that we're adhering to these altitudes, you know, I could get tricky. See if I can do this. If I can remember how to do this. Minus 30. Slash minus 30. Yes. And then let's do minus 10. Okay, so we're 168 miles from the minus 30 point. From the minus 30 to the minus 10 is 20 miles, and then it's 10 miles to the actual Spivey. So now basically what I just did was I added reference points 10 miles out and 30 miles out in the FMC. Guess what I can do now? Well, first of all, it's telling us that its plan is to have us well above those minimum altitudes. It's going to have us 10,000 feet here, and what was the second one? It's going to have us 6,100 feet there.
This flight plan, I've got another one will be pulling up here shortly.
61, it's your flight plan is automatically terminated once you land at a control field.
Okay, copy that. And
so 4,000 or above.
Connected, reject the flight plan.
Roger.
Execute that. We're going to say 7,000 or above. Yeah, so it was going to have us at 6,000. So technically it wasn't right coming up to this point. Yeah, we're not allowed to descend to 4,000 until we're within 10. So it was going to have us at 6,100 just as we were crossing that threshold from the 7,000 to the 4,000 structures. Technically that would not have been compliant, but now we're telling it that we need it to be compliant. Procedure hold at 4,000 now, and then 3,700 on the inbound side of Spivey, so that is now correct. Okay, so I'm happy now with how that briefs. And let's go ahead and get the minimum set, which was 340.
Alaska 177, your radar services are terminated. Report over Mateo.
Radar services
I'm
terminated.
going to try again on that image, Louis. It sometimes it hangs up on copyrighted characters. So if you remember, it kind of balked at adding Chuck Yeager, so I just said, just a dude that looks sort of like Chuck Yeager. It hung up on Daniel Putty from Seinfeld wearing the Jersey Devils outfit. I think that was the same one. So it sometimes balks over specific real-world characters, although sometimes it doesn't. But then if you rewrite it to, hey, create a generic superhero in a leotard that looks sort of like Spider-Man but doesn't have to look exactly like him, like it doesn't fine. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty close, right? It's close enough that I wouldn't be able to say that was not Spider-Man.
Alaska 514, descend pilot discretion, maintain 6,000, the Nome altimeter 29993.
All right, pilot's discretion down to 6,000, 29903, Alaska 514. Yeah, I think it works. I've got one more modification to make as well. $29.93. Gnomes and Nome. No, I had a different modification in mind. I had a different modification in mind. You're more than welcome to put some gnomes in Nome if you want. But I got something up my sleeve. Yeah, so as the Furry Co-Pilot says, guys, and that if you're new to the channel, our normal show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. That is midnight Zulu on the day ahead for now. And then in early March, that changes over to 2300 Zulu on the same day. We are off this coming Wednesday. I've got a work obligation Wednesday night. So we'll be off Wednesday. We'll be back Friday. Friday we'll be in the BAE 146. We'll be doing some regional hops up in the Pacific Northwest. We got a fun night in the store for you on Friday. There's 2 Friday night ops happening. One in New York, one in Seattle. So we're going to come in and out of Seattle in the Just Flight BAE 146 on Friday. I think we're doing, Boise to Seattle to Redding, I think. Redding, California.
Transit 21.
Not Redding, Pennsylvania. That's Reading, just pronounced funny. This is actually Redding. So that'll be Friday, the BAE 146. And let me just verify I got the itinerary correct. Yeah, right. Boise to Seattle, and then Seattle to Redding, not Reading. And not Redding, Pennsylvania, but Redding, California. So that'll be a fun one, and that'll be another plane that will flow for me a little more easily once I have the custom camera views all sorted out. Oh, I know ELW. I was riffing off of his joke. Don't call it reading. I was riffing off of his joke. I know it's Redding. I'm going to one in California that's actually spelled properly.
Anchorage Alaska 177 over Mateo.
The real Redding, not the fake Redding.
177, the winds are 030 at 6. Runway 26, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 26, Alaska 177.
Okay, it's a sustained. The sustained winds came up slightly, the gusts have gone down slightly. Visibility continues to improve, 8 statute miles, few at 35, overcast at 85, 2991.
Sorry, 30 active filed, the A03 departure, then direct. Fly maintain low 260, and can you repeat squawk please?
Squawk 5235.
And squawk 5235 for last 61.
Oh, and did I verify? I don't know if I verified missed approach. Well, we saw it. We saw it on the nav display. NO at 3000. Okay, so the missed approach is in there correctly. Let's, if we do make it down successfully, I'm sure it's going to be spicy. I'm sure it's going to be floaty. Let's go. It's only a 6,000 foot runway. I'm not going to go max auto brake, but let's do a pretty robust 3. We are going to roll it out to the end of it and make a right. But I think a max, an auto brake 3 should be good. Planning on it being a slightly higher approach speed. And then remember, so like the logic on your V ref to V approach differential is you take half of the sustained wind and add the full difference in terms of the sustained versus the gusting wind. So half of the sustained wind would be 11. Oh my goodness, we got the raid coming in from Conti. Fly Conti and channel, thank you very kindly for the raid. And yep, he's in and out. Take care, mate. Have a good flight. Appreciate the raid, man. Good to hear from you. Oh, bandwidth is not too low. Don't lie to me. But thank you kindly for the raid. We are just getting ready to land in Nome, Alaska. We've been given a pilot's discretion down to 6,000. We're just waiting to hit our top of descent. We are going to be flying the RNAV GPS runway 10 into Nome, so we're going to do this. We're direct Spivey at this time. We assume we're going to get the clearance just to do the hold in lieu of procedure turn. What do I type to get the METAR? It's just .METAR and then the ICAO. Corona and Lime, yeah, .METAR PAOM. But yeah, it's a little interesting. So 23, so half of that would be 11 and a half, so we'll say 12. And then the difference between 23 and 32 is another 9. So that means our additive for V ref to V approach is going to be that full 20 knots. Really, 5 is your minimum, 20 is your maximum. Half of the sustain plus the full difference. So yeah, we're just going to go VREF is whatever it's going to be based on our weight. We'll do that calculation in a minute, and then VREF plus 20 is going to be our V approach. Spicy should be interesting. We're landing. Hang on a second, guys. Apologies. Landing on a 6,000 foot runway in 30 mile an hour wind gusts. Should be a fun one. But thanks to everybody who came over from the Conti raid, and Conti, thanks for the support. Crimson Source and Corona Lime, welcome, good to see you. Normal show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Now I'm going to miss this coming Wednesday, but we'll be back on Friday. We'll be flying the BAE 146 from Just Flight. We're doing that from Boise, Idaho to Seattle, Washington, and then Seattle, Washington to Redding, California. Not Redding, Pennsylvania, Redding, California. A couple of little regional hops. Normally flown by, I think, Horizon. So 2 Alaska adjacent streams in a row. Horizon, of course, does not fly the BAE 146, so we're going to take a little liberty there. But yeah, should be a fun one, and should be a good one now that I've got camera views, custom camera views kind of sorted out in the new sim as well. So hopefully my flow in that aircraft will be a little less fumbly with that all sorted out. Let's go ahead and get the seatbelts signs on. And get a quick passenger briefing in. What's temp? Minus 14. 7 degrees. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We do ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts nice and tight, as we are just getting ready to start our descent into Nome. The weather there is a little dicey. We've got some very high and gusty surface winds. The overcast layers we should be coming through as we pass through maybe about 8,000 feet. We don't expect them to be a factor, but definitely expected to be bumpy on the way in. So I do ask that you get those seatbelts fastened one extra notch tight, and we'll do our best to get a safe arrival into Nome. If we can't get a safe arrival into there, we'll reevaluate our plans and we'll give you an update. But for right now, arriving at Nome is our plan, and like I said, just might expect it to be a little bumpy, but we'll get you down safe and sound somewhere, and appreciate you riding along with us on Alaska Airlines. A little oversharing, probably. Yeah, it's going to be windy. By the way, the other activity to note for those of you just popping over onto the stream, we have an activity that we call Slant Artwork Adventure. Slant Artwork Adventure is an activity that we do where I feed a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it generate an image that's roughly related to what we're doing that night. And then you guys, from that point forward, can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the Alphabet serial icon that represents those, and then the button next to that tells you how many you have, and clicking on that button allows you to cash in 500 of them. That point, you end up in a queue, and when I call your name, you let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. Our image right now has me and a bear and Spider-Man all doing some fishing in an Alaskan river while an Alaska Airlines 737 passes us over. Now, we had a beaver on floats also passing over, and we also had the beaver on floats in the river. I didn't even realize that the beaver on floats went away when it added me and the fish. But yeah, so that's our image so far, and if you guys cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, you can decide how you would like to add to that image or modify it. Although I'm about to get a little bit busy in the cockpit, so I don't know how much time I'll be able to devote to that. But we have started our descent now, and let's go ahead and run through an approach briefing. Alright, approach frequency and course is not applicable since it's a GPS. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable since it's GPS. Missed approach altitude, it's going to be a straight climb to 3,000 if we go missed. The FMC was checked for legs and altitudes, and the missed approach all was verified correct. We do have the 10 and 4 mile range rings in there as well. V speeds I need to go ahead and do, so we'll hold on that. Minimums were 340 set. Ceilings, we think about 8,500 if that observation holds up. Wind is mostly down the center line, but it's going to be nice and gusty. It's going to be a late vacate and right-hand turn-off, and a fairly robust auto brake since it's a 6,000-foot runway in windy conditions. So just holding on the V speeds, let's go ahead and calculate those. So we'll go to init ref 149, and so 149 will be our
514 is speed about. Once you start to approach near the Nome airport, there's areas of moderate visitation both north and south of the airport, but could also possibly be over the airport, knowing how radar doesn't work perfectly all the time. Just advise you if you need anything to happen.
Alaska 514, roger. Yeah, we're tracking that on our radar system as well. Looks okay for us right now. If that changes, I'll let you know. But at any rate, so 149 will be our ref speed, so that means 169 will be our approach speed. So when we do that 170 to 5, we're really not slowing down until we are basically landing assured. So this will be, whoops. Stu put some screenshots of the weather up in the Discord. Oh, sure, let's look.
746, contact Vancouver Center, 133.7.
1337 for Delta 746, next time.
Wind record 6588, descend via the growth 05 arrival.
Gotcha, so this is,
the Anchorage altimeter 30.
you only see it, he says, I only see it if it's moderate or higher. Only moderate on my entire scope is what we're headed right toward. And here's our airport just barely north of it. So what we're seeing is that bank of weather just south of the airport as well. So right now, while my weather radar is matching up with yours at the moment. Go ahead and knock the range down just a touch.
America 6588, send via the growth 05 arrival. Landing east, the Anchorage altimeter 3024.
Alright, 3024 down by the quarter 5. And,
Melvin has it right.
For America 6588.
Melvin says, you see questionable weather, I see opportunity for greatness. I see other opportunities here as well, but we'll keep those to ourselves. What's field elevation here? Next to nothing. 38 feet.
At Alaska 514, maintain 6,000 until established within the TAA. And clear the RNAV runway 10 approach to Nome. Report the turn inbound.
Okay, 6,000 until the terminal area. Cleared for the RNAV runway 10 approach, and we'll report the turn inbound, Alaska 514. So, interesting that he's able to give us down to 6,000, even though this approach caps us at 7,000 coming in. So, we'll abide by, and he basically said 6,000 or above, I would imagine, right? So we're cleared to descend to 6,000. There's a 7,000 foot shelf to the north. Okay, yeah. Right, but coming from this direction, we should be fine. We're coming right along the coast. Right, yeah, so Stu says I can give you down to 4 technically, but the terminal area covers that. Yeah, we got this notation on the far side. Beyond 12 miles, we got to be careful up to 6,000, but we're going to be remaining pretty close to Spivey, so we're not going to be running afoul of that. So 3,700 until we're turned in, and then we can descend. Alright, we're through transition. We can go over to our standard altimeters. $29.91.
Back 1496, the South Boom altimeter, 2947.
1496.
That's 61, radar contact to altitude.
So as we pass, so I did put in the 2 custom points. Spy 01 and Spy 757 Spy would be happy.
61 rudder.
Spy 01 and Spy 02 to mark the points at which we cross the 30-mile threshold and the 10-mile threshold. Do they give you the super secret Alaska Airlines approaches in the nav data? I don't believe so. I think we checked that, Ian, I think we checked that in Juneau. We had a procedure that Alaska filed, FlightAware had a procedure that was filed by an Alaska arrival into Juneau that we didn't have in the FMC. That seems to be the scenario. I might be forgetting the details, but my recollection is we encountered that on a recent stream and realized that that's what it was. Alright, by Spy 02 it's going to have us down to 240. I'm going to go ahead and crank us down to 210. Yeah, Ian says the data's out there someplace. I think maybe someone did it by hand and put it on AVSIM or something like that. Yeah, that's a little. I don't fly these Alaska hops that often that I would be that hardcore to chase them down. All right, I've got some speed brake in to help it slow down to 210. We're coming up on 10,000, so we'll go ahead and get some forward-facing lights on. And we'll alert our cabin crew. Look at this. We got a perfect circle around the airport that's allowing us to come in without any severe weather concerns. Okay, we're not quite at the point where we can go from 7 to 4 yet, but we have been cleared now. Once we are within that terminal area approach airspace, we are cleared down to 4. Actually, we're cleared down to published altitudes, which right now is 4 on the inbound side. It'll be 37 on the post-turn side. And then missed approach altitude is 3,000. Okay. Stow the spoilers. We'll keep the drag in for now. We got a nice controlled speed. I'm not gonna put flaps out just yet. We'll worry about configuring once we're getting ready to turn around. You know, now I say we want to start configuring by the time we're 10 miles in, but we're crossing through this and we're going to start on the far side of it. So, all right. So once we get turned in, we'll check in with our controller. We have our CTAF set and ready to go. We know the missed approach altitude's 3,000. So, missed approach altitude, cabin crew, continuous ignition, spoilers.
You are released for departure.
Okay, so it looks like we're breaking out of the cloud banks right now, so
20 minutes, frequency of intentions, frequency change approved.
cloud bases hold up, visibility shouldn't be a factor, but we know wind is going to be.
Anchorage Center, good evening. This is Iberia 6831, heavy flight level 370. We are 150 miles to UC with you.
Okay, so we are 7 miles from passing that Spy 02. Once we pass that SPY 02, we'll be within 10 miles of Spivey, and we can descend past 7,000. My Spivey senses are tingling. Sorry if you already made that joke. Not only, Ian, did we already make the joke, we've got him hovering in the background of the Slant Artwork adventure. Landing lights? Question mark? Yes! Exclamation point.
Send your approach request for the Yakutat Airport.
Yes, I would like the Yak 3 arrival to the RNAV 02.
Okay, so it's got the whole entry already built here for us. I mean, we'll make sure it does what we want it to do in terms of that.
Wocal, last
61.
Okay, so now we are past that that 10-mile point to Spivey. We're 9 miles from Spivey, so we are allowed to descend past 7,000 now.
Anchorage Center, reset transponders 14222.
It's kind of good that I built those constraints in. That worked perfectly. That made that a lot easier. Let's just tell it where these points are and just where we want to be at those points, and it just handled it for us. That was cool. So yeah, the V Approach 149. I'm sorry, V Ref 149. V Approach will be 169. Let's do one last METAR check. Let's see if anything changed. No, it's the same observation. 253. So yeah, so nothing's changed.
Alaska 52, radar contact 6 miles east of the Barrow VOR. Climate maintains level 370.
So we've got some clouds, but we've got some ground contact also. Let's go 190.
Iberia 6831, radar contact 16 miles in the north of the Kupliak VOR. Welcome.
Below 250, we can go flaps 5. Seems like it's having trouble keeping us at our bugged 210.
2 Charlie X-ray, your air contact 20 miles northwest of the
so with some drag, that should help it.
Descend and maintain 10,000. The 13,000.
Plus, we're going to level off at 4,000 here.
Just confirm it's down to 1,000,000.
Okay, so now we're cleared down to 960. We'll just say 1,000.
6588, contact Anchorage Approach 118.6.
186, American 588.
And then once we are established in bounds, we'll engage approach mode.
Alaska 61, descend pilot discretion.
Okay, it's got the speed dialed in. So we can go
So
flaps 10 now that we're below 210.
Flight level 190 per pilot discretion on descent, last 61.
I don't know that we gotta go quite so far out as what it's got depicted there.
Navigator 6831, roger.
Alright, friends. Well, I'll tell you what. It's about that time. Why don't you start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. There's no bot command for that on this channel, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. 27th of February is when we'll pull that next one, so it's a week from Friday.
Anchorage Center, Alaska 65 would be the same for 29,000.
And I'll tell you what, I am going to, there's no need for it to go this far out.
Alaska 65, Anchorage Center, welcome. And what are you descending to?
I'm going to just turn it back in.
9,000.
Alaska 65, Roger. Advise me of the weather note 10, then approach request for the Ketchikan Airport.
And then,
advise me have your weather note, or the weather note 10 and your approach request for the Ketchikan Airport.
Alaska 65, I have a Weber, approach request is going to be runway 29 RNAV.
Alaska 65, Roger, you can expect that. The Ketchikan altimeter 2946, more than an hour old.
That's our 2946, more than an hour old. Alaska 65 stop.
alright. So we're slowly trucking around the turn back to Spivey. We're okay to resume a descent to 3,700 by Spivey, and then 26 by Hupfboo, and then 24 by Boyuk. And then Europe 960, okay, good. Everything is in there correct, and then straight ahead to 3,000 if we go missed. Go ahead and get it into approach mode. We were cleared for the approach.
And the last business due, but we survived the conference for 10 minutes.
That's 52, let me know when you're back.
You know when we're back. Let me know when we're back.
Okay, I forgot I was still in heading mode.
Anchorage Center, 9850 heavy.
Should get us back on that now.
15 miles west of Ford, spot level 390, checking in.
9850, Anchorage Center, reset transponders, squawk 5260.
5260, 9850.
We'll keep the 190 until we get to Spivey. 170 therein.
Number 2, Charlie X-ray, contact the Anchorage Approach 118.6.
Over approach 118.6 to Charlie X-ray, thanks a lot.
Okay, it's getting us reestablished on the path. We have the runway in sight. Not yet.
Anchorage Center, Alaska 65. Can I help out cockpit for like 2 minutes? The mouse is acting up.
Let me know when you're back.
Welcome.
Yeah, Center Alaska 514 is approaching Spivey inbound.
Like 514, roger. No traffic observed between you and the Nome Airport to report your IMR cancellation in the air or on the ground at this frequency. Radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
Alright, we will keep the IFR to the ground. We'll call you back when we get down. Alaska 514, frequency change approved. See you. Nome traffic, Alaska 514, 15 miles out for the RNF 10 approach. Full stop. Nome. Yeah, keep those predictions coming, guys. 190 until descending. And then 170. So landing flaps is 30, 149, but we're going to keep the approach at 170. Okay, 170 we can go to flaps 30, okay. We'll make a call as we cross 10, we'll make a call as we cross 4. Continuous ignition, cabin crew, spoiler. Missed approach altitude is the last thing that we're holding on. Well gear. Obviously we got our final landing checks to do yet, but okay, we see the dot coming down. When we get the dot come down, we'll get down to 2. Okay, gear coming out. 170. When can we go to 15? Under 200, we're good. I missed, and we are, okay, glide path is locked. We can go ahead and set the missed approach altitude to 3,000 now. Okay, 4 miles out, we can do our final landing checks, but for right now we're 10. Nome traffic, Alaska 514 to 737, 10 miles out, runway 10 RNF. So. And probably not a bad idea to review the minimums. 340. Also right here.
2,500.
Alright, I'm going to match my throttles. Yeah, this is a cold soup, J-Foot. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Alright, are we ready? Take over and fly this thing for real? I don't know, are we stupid? Is this a stupid idea? This is a stupid idea. My airplane, guys. Heaven help us. Alright, coming up on 4 out, not yet. The only thing we got to do is just basically go to landing flaps. It's the only thing. Landing flaps, and then we're going to lower the bug 1 knot from our approach speed of 170 to our V approach of 169. Okay, landing flaps, V approach set. Whoa, losing a bunch of speed. Don't mean to do that. Didn't appropriately compensate for that added lift and drag. Both things caught me out. That's terrible. Okay. Still pretty looking pretty stable. Nome traffic, Alaska 514's 4 out, RNF 10 Nome. Minimums of 340, friends. Keep your eyes peeled. Anybody seen an airport around here? Oh, speed's getting way down. We should be
1,000.
Should be keeping that V approach of 169. Chasing the speed more than I would like to be, but caught and corrected much sooner than in previous streams. I see the beginnings of runway environments. I don't know if I would call that runway in sight just yet, but I see. Let's walk toward the light, friends. Last call for the predictions, please. Bumped something that made my flaps go in one notch. I'm not sure what that was. We are now back at landing flaps.
500.
Alright, I've got the runway in sight.
400.
'Bit of a gust of wind caught us out there.
Approaching minimums.
Well below our ref speed. Let's get that sorted out.
Minimums.
Okay. We're okay here.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Kick the auto brake off. Yeah, so it registered high. It registered high, but I do think that was just a matter of just some gusty winds impacting our final descent. I was overall pleased with that, guys. Yeah, we caught a little bit of a wind gust. On fairly short final, found ourselves way high, corrected it okay. I was, like I said, overall pleased. Let's we got a real quick cleanup to do because we're right here. Nome traffic, Alaska 514, clear of runway 10 Nome. Pop up top. Reset, and spoilers, I get those reset. Okay. So I believe the building that we're looking at is the is the kind of the one passenger stand. So I'm going to come out to here and just kind of make a nice square turn to get to it. I already turned the taxi light off, so we're not going to blind anybody. All the forward-facing lights are off. Oh, terrain and weather radar. We don't want to microwave them either, so we can turn those things off as well. I think I got everything. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen, continuous ignition, weather, terrain, flight directors, auto brake. Yeah, auto brake can be turned off. That was the only other thing, maybe. Minimums, transponder, lights, and APU. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're okay as long as we don't wingtip strike this building. Don't tell anybody. We're fine. We're fine. We have plenty of space. Guess we probably don't want to wingtip strike this one either, if I had to guess. What's the red thing hanging off the tail? I don't know. I thought maybe... I don't know. I thought maybe some sort of an antenna. I don't really know. Maybe something I'm supposed to be doing during the pre-flight walk-around. Oh, it's used in test flights? Interesting, okay. Well, one of the options I clearly missed in the setup. You guys will have to show me where that is. Alright, but anyway, let's go ahead and run through the shutdown checklist. Well, the turn checklist first, although we are not doing another leg after this. So taxi light, APU, buses can come on. Oops, buses on both. Okay, so APU buses, APU bleed and valve, so we're now providing air conditioning and electricity from the APU. We can go ahead and shut the engines down, therefore. Engine bleeds can be turned off as well, just to be thorough. The fuel pumps can come off, except for the one left inner. The hydroelectric pumps come off as well. The packs are going to come off because we're about to hook up to ground AC. Anti-collision light can come off. Wheel well light can come on. Seatbelt signs and chime. Down here we can go into the menu, ground services. Let's get some wheel trocks on. Let's get ground power and ground AC. Let's go back. Let's open doors. Let's open cargo and equipment hatches. Let's come down and we'll set transponder to standby. And zero out the code. Let's connect into our ground power. Since we have ground power now, we no longer need the APU providing power to the bleeds. So we can shut that off, and then the APU itself can be shut off, and that final fuel pump can be shut off. Okay, let's... So it is a tail drogue, and I've got a flight test package enabled in the CDU option, Shattermage. All right, sounds good. I will run through those options, see if I can find that, and eradicate it. Okay, let's do two things. Let's look at my predictions in terms of our flight time and fuel estimates, and our flight timing in terms of our departure was pretty much on time. So ending time should be pretty close to what we've got charted here. I said 10:41, and it's 10:51. So we had 10 extra minutes, and of course part of that was that long trek outbound and then back inbound on that approach. So, burned a little extra fuel. So let's check. 10:04 is the predicted ending fuel, and I bet you we're pretty close to that. Ooh, 8.9. So we were less fuel efficient than we anticipated there. 8,900. So once again, 1,500 pounds short. So once again, I am going to have to adjust those consumption numbers upward. The plane burns more fuel than I'm used to it burning, and I think it's because my numbers came from the 700 series. Of course, this is a bigger, heavier plane. So I got to continue to dial in the fuel consumption numbers. Timing is still pretty good, though. All right, your predictions, guys. Let's see how we did. Now, again, it registered pretty darn firm. But I felt like overall the execution of the landing was decent. I mean, I was fighting to keep center line, and you guys noticed I had the one wing down to try and counter the slight. It was 34 mostly down the center line, but it was definitely blowing us to the right. So I was trying to, it was blowing us to the left, and I was countering 10. Yeah, it was blowing us slightly to the right, so I was countering that, and then I had to get the right wing down to get aligned. So 273 was what finally registered, but it did not feel like that. Yeah, 40 knot difference in ground speed and airspeed. Yeah, 123 knots through the air, 84 knots over the ground, as reported by that. Oh, cancellation of IFR. Hey, good call there, Stu. Whoopsie. Center Alaska 514. You can cancel IFR.
514, Anchorage Center IFR cancellation received. Have a good day.
Yeah, that next guy that's still in the holding pattern waiting for us to cancel IFR, yeah, you can let him know. You can land now. Whoops. All right. What else? Yeah. So so 273 is what registered. I didn't feel that hard to me. But where were you guys in terms of your guesses? We had 185, 172, 175, 235, 160, 210, 300 is looking like a decent guess. 225, 200, 239. So let's do the math here. I think it's going to be the 300. 300 minus 273. So that's 27 away. 273 minus 27. So it would have been 246 or higher. And we did have a 239 and a 235. And we had a 225. We had a number of you in that range there. But it would have had to have been 246 or higher. Doesn't look like any of you have it. So it looks like ELW 124 looks like your 300 is the winner. If anybody disputes my math there, double check me. But it does look like ELW is our landing rate raffle winner. So there you go. ELW 124's got an entry into our landing rate raffle. Guys, if you're new to the stream, let me show you what we're in the running for there, because that's moderately important for you to know. So on the 27th of February, we got two things going on February 27th, by the way. Number one, on the 27th of February, we're going to pull the winning ticket from our landing rate entries for the month of February. And what you're in the running for is any one of our Slant Alpha prize vault items. I don't have the prize vault up here. Okay, there we are. So the Slant Alpha prize vault, you'll get your choice of any one item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list, which is a branded T-shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag. Or if you would rather have an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com, you can choose that as well. These, obviously, I'll shoot to you electronically. These I will ship to you at my own expense anywhere in the world. So this is truly free for you to enter and participate in. On the 27th, we are also doing a giveaway night as celebration of the fact that my YouTube channel just recently crested 2,000 subscribers. So we're going to do 2 landings on the 27th. And we're going to calculate your accuracy in terms of how far off of that descent rate upon touchdown you are. So we'll give you 500 points for a perfect guess. We'll give you 500 points minus the difference for anything less than a perfect guess. We will give you no fewer than 0 points. So after 2 landings, the top score is 1,000. So the top 3 scores out of 1,000 will get their opportunity for Slant Alpha prizes. We'll do gift cards. I'll figure out what amounts. You know, sometimes we do 50, 25, and 15. That seems reasonable. So we'll go with that. But yeah, something like that. So top 3 point getters out of 1,000 possible on Friday the 27th will be taking home some Slant Alpha gift cards or merch. And then, of course, we'll do our drawing for our month-long landing rate raffle on the 27th as well. So 2 exciting giveaways coming up on Friday the 27th. Friday the 27th will also be the day that we launch our 4th annual bracket challenge. We have a March Madness related tournament contest, again completely free to enter on this channel, so we will launch that on the 27th, give you all the information on how to enter that. Still be a little early. Selection Sunday, I think, is, what is it, the 16th of March? It's wait a minute, what's today? There's Monday the 16th. So Selection Sunday will be March 15th, I imagine. So that's when we will know the bracket seeding for the NCAA men's basketball championship tournament. And we have a contest on this channel that allows you to submit some brackets, up to 3 of them. And then top 3 performing brackets get prizes on that as well. We'll have all that information for you. We'll go over it on the 27th. So lots of fun giveaway related stuff to do on the 27th. Our monthly raffle, our normal drawing, our giveaway night, our 2 landing giveaway night, and then we'll launch that bracket challenge on the 27th as well. All right, the other stream activity that we have going on is our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure, which is, I have ChatGPT generate an image that is roughly related to what we are doing that day. And then you guys cash in 500 Twitch channel points to get in the queue to add to or modify that image. We're closing this one up for the night. I am going to make one more modification to this, by the way. So I will make one more modification just as we go out. So this one is considered closed. Don't redeem any more points for tonight. However, next time you guys come back, it's 500 Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. You can cash those in. That puts you in the queue. And then once I call your name, you let us know how you would like to add to or modify this image. And then, like I said, it just kind of gets progressively more unhinged as the evening goes on. So this is our Alaska challenge, our Alaska stream, Slant Artwork Adventure. I'm going to add one thing to that. Okay, so we got one more modification coming to that while we talk about the other things on our way out the door here. Let me take a quick peek around to see. Okay, that one's just about to land. Okay, well, we know who we're sending the raid over to. I gotta put water wings on the Alaska plane. I'll tell you what, Crimson Source, if you come back to our stream on Friday, and you save up a few Twitch channel points and come back to our stream on Friday, you'll get the opportunity to take whatever image we start with that day and go haywire with it. You have 250 so far? Okay, there you go. You're working toward it. Alright, very good, guy. Oh my gosh. Good for one water wing? Nah, save up though and get in on our next one. And we got the beaver back. We got the beaver. So we got the beaver with the floats, and we got the beaver with the floats. Me, the bear, Spider-Man all have fish, and we got snow at 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts now. So there's our Slant Artwork Adventure for tonight, and again, 500 Twitch channel points gets you in on that activity next time we get it up and running. Alright, so the normal show schedule here, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Midnight Zulu time on the day ahead for right now. We'll rock back 1 hour in early March, so that'll go back to being 2300 Zulu on the day ahead. But that's our normal show schedule. Now we're going to be off this Wednesday but we'll be back with you on Friday from the cockpit of the Just Flight BAE-146. We're going to do a couple of regional hops for Horizon. So basically another Alaska Airlines evening coming up on Friday. But we're going to go Boise, Idaho, up to SeaTac, Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, and then SeaTac down to Redding, California. So a couple of Horizon hops. They fly in E-175s. We're going to fly it in the Just Flight BAE-146. So we will see you Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Full show schedules under the About tab. It's also over on our Discord server. Discord server links on the lower right-hand side of your screen. Great place to keep in touch with the community outside of the live stream times. We've got our YouTube channel linked on the lower left-hand side of your screen. We've got a good archive of a lot of our old flights over there. We've also got some resources and tutorials and things that can help you get started on VATSIM if you need to know what to say to controllers or how to recharge, how to put a route together, stuff like that. All right. In the meantime, we're going to send you over to a very good friend, Michael, who flies as November 8033 Foxtrot. His channel, twitch.tv/N8033Fox. He flies in a home-built cockpit that is basically a Cessna 172/182 inch-for-inch, note-for-note replica that he flies with surround screens, and it looks amazing. You would think you're looking at an actual airplane when you get over on his channel. Nope, it's in his living room. And occasionally you'll see him climb out of it and go get a drink of water or something. It's an incredible sight. He is living the dream, absolutely. He's what is he? A luxury car auto technician. So he knows wires and plugs and contacts and soldering and all that kind of stuff, and it shows. When you get over to his channel, he's got it. It's an amazing thing. Let's just go ahead and get that raid kicked off. N8033 Fox helps if I don't put extra numbers into it. But yeah, enjoy his channel. He's up and flying around for at least a little bit longer. He's at altitude right now, so you got at least a little time until he sets up for a pattern and lands. But do tell him that Slant Alpha sends his love and says hi. Great friend of the channel. Met him a couple of times at Flight Sim Expo. So really cool guy and lots of fun, and it's an amazing setup. So enjoy that stream. We'll see you back on Friday from Boise, Idaho, and the Just Flight BAE-146. But between now and then, guys, have a great week. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures between now and then, and we will talk to you soon. Good night from Nome. Take care, friends.